And we're live. What's up, everybody? Thank you for tuning in. We're going to do an Israel-Palestine call-in show, which means anyone can call in. You can ask questions. You can share thoughts. You could provide feedback. You could challenge me on something I've said, either today or in the past. So thank you for tuning in. Actually, let me stream this to Discord as well. Live stream. Okay. That's like the waiting room noise for Discord. Okay, cool. Let the Discord community also check it out. There we go. Welcome, Discord. We're already live on YouTube and Twitter, but good to see you all here. It'll be a call-in show. So what did I name this? Tony Aguilar lied, Genocide Studies deactivated, and more. Christians saying that title is a big claim, the fact that he lied. I think at this point it's probably pretty clear that he was not fully honest. So between the Genocide Studies thing that happened with them deactivating their Twitter page and Tony Aguilar lied, it seems there's been a week of symbolic victories for pro-Israel activism. Now, I call these symbolic for a reason, because when we actually look at what they mean and the implications, they're not real wins, but we'll get into that. But yeah, I think it's important to understand misinformation that's spread, how it's spread. And I think both these stories, we can learn something from. So Tony Aguilar, for those who don't know, he was the GHF contractor who, after his time with the GHF, that's the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, the one providing aid for Gazans. They kind of provide aid while shooting at them. That's kind of their thing. But Tony was in America. So we were getting reports that there were shootings at these sites, right? The reports came primarily from media reports from within Gaza. So whether that's Gazan doctors, testimonies from people on the ground who were at these 8 sites were reporting this. Then there was the big Haaretz whistleblower report where 2 IDF soldiers reported to using live fire on crowds. But Tony was unique because he was the first person coming out using his name, right? So it's easy to brush all this other stuff under the rug. You say, okay, well, I don't trust Gazan authorities. I don't trust Gazans on the ground. Whistleblower reports can be made up. There's videos of the shooting as well, right? But that, which is some of the best evidence we have, video evidence, because that's much harder to fake. But people were able to brush a lot of this under the rug, and then Tony came out corroborating everything we've been hearing. And one of the stories he came out with was that this little boy, Amir, and there's a photo of him, very cute little boy, who he interacted with him, and then as he was walking off, he was shot dead. It was today reported that Amir, whose name is actually Abdul Rahim, is alive and well. So that's great news that he's alive and well. Now, it's unclear there's still a lot of unknown details, right? Because a few weeks ago, his mother did an interview saying that he went missing, but the date he went missing did not match Tony's claim for when he was supposedly shot. And she said that she left the house in the morning, and when she got back in the evening, he wasn't there. So what did happen to Abdul? Where did he go? So there's still some uncertainty here, right? But what we do know is that he is alive. Now, does this mean that everything Tony said was false? Likely not, right? Because what he's saying is corroborated by many other data points, right? Testimonies from people on the ground, testimony from doctors, video evidence, IDF whistleblowers. But what likely did happen is Tony sensationalized it. He exaggerated it for clout, for emotional impact, whatever it may be. But it seems like that story, unless we could give him truly the benefit of the doubt and said he thought Amir died and he didn't. But that part of the story was not true. Now, the reason I say that this is just a symbolic victory, right? Many in the pro-Israel camp were saying, "You see, Tony lied, Tony lied, Tony lied." But what does this actually mean? Okay, Amir wasn't killed, but people are being killed waiting for food daily. We know this. We have enough evidence to know this. So it's not a real win, you know? But the pro-Israel side has been on the losing end of the PR war, getting decimated left and right. So you could see why they'd want to get any win they can get. It's impossible. It's impossible to win such a PR war when you see daily videos of dead children. You know, how do you spin that into Hamas? You know, so this is a small little celebration in the pro-Israel advocacy space. But it doesn't change anything in the big picture. It doesn't, and for this reason, right? I do commentary. I didn't even talk about Amir. I never even mentioned him because I think it's better to not focus on things that have a single point of failure. The entire Amir story is dependent on one person being honest. So it's better when we're describing what's happening to just look at things that are corroborated many times over. How many civilians are being killed, the way they're being killed, videos of just devastating airstrikes, right? This stuff is not refutable. So it's better to focus on that, because anytime we say something that is proven to not be true, that's forever used against us. And it was the same, we saw something similar with a lot of the atrocity propaganda after October 7th, how a lot of these claims that never happened were constantly propagated. Like one that I just this past week, I've heard 3 Israelis say, so most Israelis, I imagine, still believe this, is that a baby was put in the oven on October 7th, right? There's also the beheaded babies claim. So anytime a claim like this is made and proven not true, then that is then used as fodder to deny real atrocities. So you have people who do this with October 7th. They say, Hamas didn't kill any civilians. That was all from Hellfire missiles. And then they say, you see, we can't trust anything. Look, 40 dead babies, a baby in the oven, all these other claims. Same thing here, right? We don't need to exaggerate. We don't need to fabricate. We could be brutally honest. No exaggeration with what's happening in Gaza. And it's horrific as it is. Every exaggeration comes back and is then used against us. So it's important to be careful with what we say. And look, there's a information and misinformation war going on. So it's hard to always get it right. So at the very least, it's good to just make public corrections when if someone gets something wrong. So that's that. We'll see some comments. David, good to see you here. Tony stated on Breaking Points now that he's worried of mass genocide over next few months with new offensive, warning over 1 million Gazans might be killed soon. That million doesn't sound plausible. But if Israel does take Gaza City, then we're going to see a sharp increase in civilian death toll, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. So David's saying the scenario is basically Israel's casualty averse, very casualty averse, more than almost any modern military we've seen. They won't send in soldiers and will make up for bombings. Well, this has really been how Israel's approached it, right? Like massive aerial bombardments, and then you send in ground troops after the place has just been flattened, and there's much less chance that there's people alive in those areas. So we will see something similar in Gaza City. That's true. But I think the IDF estimated that this will cost 100 soldier lives. Like that's the estimate they put forth. So even the IDF is seeing this as being costly. Here, David says, Max Blumenthal and Mario Nawfal yesterday talking about new concentration camp in Gaza that will hold 500,000 people. where once Gazans enter, they can't leave and will be paid to leave Gaza. Yeah, well, so this has been suspected for some time now, that the reason Israel wanted to control aid is to concentrate Gazans in a smaller and smaller part in Gaza, and that could be the next step towards having them leave. Right? It's ethnically cleansing people at gunpoint in the 21st century, especially a conflict that the whole world is paying attention to, is not something we should expect to happen. But if people voluntarily leave, it's like, we're not kicking them out of their homes. We're letting them find a better life. But it's, we need to be honest about what this strategy is. It's been a strategy to make Gaza unlivable, to make life in Gaza unbearable in order to get people to voluntarily leave. That should be seen as the same as forcing people out. That's ethnic cleansing. That's not voluntary relocation. Justino says, how many Jews were believed to have been killed in the Holocaust and then later found to have lived? Solomon Perlman was believed to have been killed and ended living to 91. So is the Holocaust lie? What? Bro, what are you even talking about? No one's denying, well, maybe people are, but that's not what this conversation is about. There's no denial of the death toll in Gaza, but that doesn't mean Tony was honest. Tony told a story that was now proven to not be true. So if the conclusion was Tony lied, therefore the civilian death toll is, some number far less than it is, then your argument would have some relevance, but I don't even understand what point you're trying to make. The boss says, what did Tony lie about? He said the story about Amir, the little boy who was shot. Turns out he's alive and well. Justin says, so did he intentionally lie? So we don't know. I said that it could have been an honest mistake, but he said he saw him shot multiple times. So seems to not lose a lot of credibility, but his story is corroborated by many other, not that specific story, but using live fire on crowds is corroborated many times over by different people or pieces of evidence. So it doesn't change anything in the big picture, but it does mean he was likely dishonest, and that is then used as fodder to discredit many legitimate claims that are being made. I think in this next, something similar with the genocide studies. So genocide studies is, how do they describe themselves? So this week a report came out that genocide, hold on. I should have had this prepared. How do they describe themselves? Okay, so there's a group called International Association of Genocide Scholars. They voted this week, and overwhelmingly over 80% of those who voted determined that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And then many people ran with the story. It's official. It's a genocide. Now, I'm not sure this is convincing new people. If most people who ran with this story already believed it was a genocide, right? Maybe it convinced some new people on the fence. And then it was discovered that anyone can just be a member of this organization and vote. Although it's not that simple. You pay $30 and then you get approved over time. But people were showing that anyone can create an account and vote, and trying to discredit the entire methodology. And it does call into question who's voting. Are they all scholars of genocide, right? What is the rate of people who are members of this organization, not actually scholars? Now, it's most likely not a high percentage, right? If people are paying to be part of it, they likely are somewhat connected to that space. You're not going to have a massive margin of error. And the fact that the majority of those who voted say it's a genocide shows that there is this consensus amongst genocide scholars. which we've known. This isn't new. There's nothing new about this. But once people were able to prove that anyone can sign up, it took away from the credibility of this vote, because they opened an account under Adolf Hitler. They said, look, Adolf Hitler is now a genocide scholar. So again, it's like one of these, it's like a mini PR win for the pro-Israel side, but it's not really. It doesn't change anything. It's not convincing anybody new that what Israel's doing in Gaza is not atrocious. Over time, the trajectory is very much just continuing. More and more people are understanding that what Israel's doing is indefensible. These little PR victories that pro-Israel Twitter is cheering about is nothing. It's just a nothing burger. It's a pat on the back, feeling like they accomplished something this week, because they've been losing constantly for years now. But I do want to stress the importance of sound methodology, accurate reporting. Just we should all be doing the best we can on how we talk about these issues, because if we make mistakes, then it will be used against us. Actually, David says Blumenthal said something insightful. This only end with successful ethnic cleansing of Israel losing. Successful ethnic cleansing or Israel losing escalation dominance. Thinking Israel losing escalation dominance is key. What does that mean, losing escalation dominance in practice? But I agree, ethnic cleansing is one way this could end. I think also just Trump pulling the plug on this whole thing will cause it to end, because you have massive internal division right now, right? The IDF does not, the IDF, the military brass support a ceasefire deal at this point. The majority of Israelis support a ceasefire deal at this point. Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and I imagine if some others in the cabinet want to keep going, but there's massive division in Israeli society. And there's reports that Trump is also losing patience, and international pressure and international isolation is increasing. So all these things can push Netanyahu to ultimately wrap it up. Boss says, what's the evidence Amir is still alive? A video. There's a video of him saying, I'm Abdul Rahim, like he's alive. Boss says there's no way to deny it's at least a cultural genocide, domicide, scholasticide, and ecocide. Sounds a whole lot like textbook genocide. I mean, I think it's very obvious that when the dust settles, this will be widely agreed upon to be a genocide. I don't think, people will always try to debate it the same way the Holocaust is still debated, the Armenian genocide is still debated, but there's going to be a broad consensus that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. And people will point rightfully that this looks very different from Armenia or the Holocaust or Rwanda, but you're not going to expect a genocide in broad daylight in the 21st century by a nation that's backed by the West to look the same way as the 20th century genocide to look like. So I think that's almost certain. Now, one could argue, even though I just realized I made a mistake in the title. The double A. Ooh, that's awkward. One could argue saying it doesn't matter how it's remembered. That doesn't mean it's a genocide. And I mean, that's true. You could say that, people remember things incorrectly, or just because the masses agree on something, that doesn't mean it's true. So you could still, even though what I'm saying, I believe with high certainty is true, that this is how it will be remembered, you could argue that the world just got this one wrong. But once we get more information, over time, we're going to have more IDF whistleblower reports. We're going to get more testimonies from Gazans. There'll be documentaries made about this. We're going to hopefully continue to make moral progress where we recognize that the mass killing of civilians is wrong. So the trajectory very much seems to be in this direction, and it's good. It should be as hard as possible to kill people, right? Like that's just very pretty obvious, simple moral progress. Killing people should be not easy to justify. Let's see. Do you think the great plan for Gaza will succeed or the world won't let it? Gerardo Gonzalez asked this. It's hard to know, you know? The world has let Israel do quite a lot so far. And we say the world, like who is the world? No one can really stop Israel except for the United States. The European countries could certainly do more by threatening sanctions and arms embargoes and stuff like that. Yeah, but will the relocation and also the UAE, you know, they're not using any leverage right now that they have. If we start seeing mass relocation of Gazans, it might up pressure from the international community, but Trump seems to be supportive of such a plan. So I think that's, you know, if Trump is okay with it, then I don't think enough pressure would be put on Israel to stop it. But who knows? Who knows? You know, if Europe comes together and the Arab League comes together and, you know, Abraham Accords is threatened to be torn apart and Egypt is threatening to end the treaty with Israel, it's possible this can also make the difference. We also need to think, you know, let's say there's a lot of people saying this all ends if Hamas disarms, right? Let go of the hostages and disarm. Does it? There's many other armed groups in Gaza. So if Hamas disarms, then the Islamic Jihad will be the next governance, the next government, because they're the second most armed. That's how it works. So it's not just disarm and let go of the hostages, because then you have an even more radical group take over. So Israel will need to hold Gaza until they could over time transition it to some other government that they're in alliance with. But you're going to have militants, whether it's just lone wolves or different clans or different militant groups attacking IDF soldiers while they're trying to hold Gaza and while they're doing this transition. And if IDF soldiers are getting attacked again, you're going to have the same risk-averse nature and continued civilian death toll. So whoever says it's as simple as Hamas surrendering, challenge them on that. Then who takes over Gaza? And how does that ensure the bloodshed ends? It doesn't. Aramov goes, Islam came as a colonizer and oppressor. Fuck Islam. Jews will not be slaves to Islamic filth. But right now, this is just more projection than anything else, because while you have this fear, and look, I get it. It's not, we shouldn't feel confident in any way that we're going to be protected if we are living under Islamic rule. I think that's a very sensible concern. But right now, it's from the river to the sea, it's the Jews dominating and oppressing Muslims and Christians. So I'm not going to tell you your fear is unwarranted, but It's good to be introspective and understand our flaws before just lashing out at others, right? It's so easy to just scapegoat another group. People have been doing it to Jews forever. It's very easy to scapegoat another group, and generally people who do that at the expense of them actually being introspective and understand what they and their people are currently doing wrong. So, typical sign of emotional immaturity. Them. Look what they're doing. They're bad. No, look what we're doing. We're the ones who are oppressing millions of people. Christian says, sounds like another Israel attempt with what they think is a look-alike. What's that in reference to? I'm not sure I understand. ITS says, what is the civilian to combatant ratio now and if or when the war ends? So I've been saying this for like a few weeks now, but I do plan on putting out another analysis on this. It'll be out in the next few days. I'm almost done with it. We're talking 4-1 to 9-1, so 80 to 90% civilians is the most plausible range. People always get triggered / surprised when they hear that because of all the propaganda making it seem like it's close to 1-1, but it's not. It's not. And so I'm going to release a written analysis on Twitter, and then I'll do a live stream reviewing it. So there'll be a review sometime next week talking about it. But the methodology is pretty simple, and honestly, it's upsetting that I need to take all this time to put it out. This should be how it's discussed. Like, journalists should be doing this, analysts should be doing this. I do it because no one else is doing it, but it's frustrating that I feel some moral obligation to do this. What you need to do, and we do have enough data to do this. You need to establish a plausible range of violent deaths, a plausible range of indirect deaths, and then a plausible range of combatant deaths. And you have 3 plausible ranges, and then you could see, let's say, if you go on the lower end of violent and indirect deaths and the higher end of combatant deaths, that's your lowest possible civilian to combatant ratio. But then if you reverse it and go higher end civilian, violent and indirect, and lower end combatant, then you have the exact opposite. And then you go middle range on all 3, and you get another estimate. And by doing those 3 calculations, you get a possible range for what the civilian to combatant ratio and civilian death toll will be. This isn't rocket science. And I don't even come from like a data analysis background. I just thought about it enough and figured out that, it makes sense to do it that way. And I've put out enough writing on this to know that it holds up to public scrutiny, because the analyses I've put out on this have been read tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of times. And the only pushback is just, you're relying on Hamas data, which is a straw man, because that's not how the analysis works. So it's definitely a sound way to do it. And again, it's unfortunate no one else is doing it. And why is my light? Did this light just break? There we go. Okay. Anybody want to hop on? We did call this a call-in show. I mean, the chat is popping off. All right, guys, we're going to need to prioritize super chats because I cannot get to all of this. So if anybody wants to super chat it, we'll do that. Yeah, the boss says we correctly remember the Serbs war in Bosnia as a genocide. Gaza surpasses horrors of Bosnia by a lot. Yeah, Bosnia, I think, was 6,000 killed. So scale-wise, yes, certainly more. It's harder to prove intent in Gaza because, again, this is what you would describe perhaps the first genocide in history that was carried out while attempting to maintain plausible deniability. Right? That's what makes this look different, that there's an excuse for everything. No, we didn't mean to destroy, we didn't mean to kill that family. It's just we had intel that Hamas was in a tunnel underneath. Or we didn't mean to destroy the healthcare system. It's just Hamas was using hospitals. right? It's any atrocity Israel carries out in Gaza can be excused by just blaming Hamas. And the evidence Israel's provided for Hamas's utilization of civilian infrastructure is a fraction of what people are actually describing it to be. They're not using civilian infrastructure nearly as much as they're underneath Gaza. It's just you're safer underneath Gaza, right? Tactically speaking, it makes sense to be under Gaza and not in above ground buildings. But also, we're not seeing video and photo evidence of attacks being launched on IDF from this civilian infrastructure while it's occupied by civilians. We're just not. So that's just not backed by the evidence. Yeah, there's a tunnel sitting under Gaza. Tunnel warfare is very dangerous. It's very hard to deal with. Israel's being very risk averse, so their strategy is to just flatten Gaza. It means you don't know where the tunnels are, right? You don't know what building might be booby trapped. You don't know what building might be used for Hamas to shoot from some vantage point. So just destroy it all, right? This is how you justify it tactically, and this is a tactical justification. But that's why we have international law. Like every war ever fought is easier if you just level the city and don't take any risks. That's why we need international law. We need soldiers to actually, or militaries to actually take necessary precaution to avoid massive civilian harm. But the tactical justification is the flatter Gaza is, the easier it is for us to operate in Gaza. But ulterior justification is if Gaza is unlivable, it makes Gazans more willing to voluntarily leave. And these, it's not one or the other. Both these motivations are likely existing side by side with one another. So Bosnia, yes, worse in terms of scale, harder to prove intent because of how this is being carried out. I see Arimov doesn't even know the history of the Levant, saying any Arab in Israel who wants to live under Islam should deport their ass back to Arabia. Are you aware that Palestinians have more Bronze Age Levant DNA than the average Jew? So if we trace our lineage, both Jews and Palestinians come from the same land. That's cool. That should unify us or help unify us. But if we want to talk about who has more DNA coming from this land, it's them. But I know they don't teach you that in the Hasbara playbook. David saying, did you have comment on Ellison buying CBS and putting Barry Weiss in charge of CBS News? Yeah, I mean, that's disappointing. Hopefully that just comes back to bite them in the ass that as the legacy media is already losing relevance and the older generation that relies on them is passing away, the younger generation hopefully will remember Barry Weiss and the propaganda she engaged in to lend support to one of the worst atrocities of the century that CBS, pays the consequences for this. Yeah, that'd be cool. No, Christian, the Amir video is not old. It's new. You could see by the interview, it's not. That's not true. Oh yeah, Dan. Oh shit, I completely forgot. Danny Eshid, we're meant to have a debate today. Okay, well I'm already streaming. No, we're just gonna do it here. What time did we say? Oh, sorry, Discord. I've been so caught up in. I've just been on YouTube. Okay, we got a good crew here. Yeah, George. I was only looking on YouTube. I was in the zone. So I see we have a few hands raised. So we're gonna, Danny, you and I are gonna have a little debate. That's what we agreed. So we're not gonna bring you on yet. We're gonna bring on Sandalphone, and then David, and then Danny. You and I will get started. All right, Sandalphone. You've gotten.
What is the likelihood of a coup done by the Israeli military, I guess, against the deadlock with the hostage deal? And how much how much of a risk would that be, and how much of Israeli society would, I guess, support such an escalation? Because there's already, I think, a poll that's not only that 70% of Israelis want a deal, but many, like, I think it was 30% were willing to ignore military orders if endangered the hostages.
Yeah, I mean, military coup is close to 0% chance. We could put at like
and what is the
a 1% chance.
Flotilla?
So just to wait real quick, just to expand on that though, I think probably a significant portion of the Israeli population would be happy if there was a coup right now. Perhaps over half the population, because the majority of the population want Netanyahu out of power. So people who want Netanyahu out of power, I think a significant number of them would be happy for there to be a coup, but the chance of that happening is very low.
If everyone wants a coup to get rid of a dictator, but that also risks A, furthering autocracy, and B, ending up as a military regime. So you're risking your own democratic system in the process.
To have a
how do you know they're going
to have a military
if you had a coup in Israel? How would you know that they're going to give up power and end the war?
No, yeah, you can't know.
People in Russia supported the Soviets because they were going to end the war.
They're
going to increase bread and land, but they didn't.
You can't know for sure, but democracy is very important to most Israelis. So the IDF, most soldiers, the upper echelon of the IDF are all pro-democracy. It's unlikely. I know you're thinking of other historical examples and think it might play out similarly. The chance of there being a coup is close to zero. But if there is a coup, the chance of that just maintaining a military dictatorship for an extended period of time is also very low, under 10%, I would say. So I don't think that's a real concern. But I don't think a coup is even relevant. It's not. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for joining, Sandal. We're gonna do just a few more comments here, and then we're gonna bring David on. So Basal Ulema says, be specific and say which Jews. As far as I know, it's not a race, but an inherency to a religion. Yes, it's both. It's actually both. Judaism is a religion, but it's an ethno-religion. So it's a religion connected to a people. Ethnicity is not quite it's more of a meta-ethnicity, right? You have the Jewish people who a few thousand years ago, 2,000 years ago, scattered the globe. And those who survived, right, many of them died or just mixed in with local populations, but those who survived partially mixed with local populations. So each came back when returning to Israel after 2,000 years. We came back all genetically a little bit different, all with Levantine DNA, but mixed with the DNA of the populations we were living amongst for thousands of years. So it's not just one Jewish ethnicity, but it's a people that scattered the globe and then returned. This is true about Ashkenazi Jews. It's true about Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews. So this is true across the board. And I mean, this is supported by just endless DNA data at this point. So there's not much denying it. There's some small number of Jews that converted throughout the years that don't have any Levantine DNA, sure, but that's a small fraction of the Jewish population. Nunya Biz says, I see we're doing the Hasbara slander again. Yeah, what do you mean? Oh, because I said that's just playbook Hasbara. Should I have said that is standard pro-Israel propaganda? Doesn't have the same ring, you know? Just doesn't have the same ring. Okay, David, we're bringing you on. David, what's up, man?
Oh, sorry, but yeah, thank God. Appreciate you doing these streams. I guess
yeah, for sure.
Two things maybe pick you on, and you just, I thought Max Blumenfeld's comment that I hadn't thought about it like that, but you know, his kind of statement was basically Israel will have no choice to stop if it loses escalation dominance. And I know were you familiar with the military doctrine of escalation dominance?
No, I'm not. So please fill me in.
I mean, it's basically like the tit for tat theory that, but that if it should happen to escalate, it will favor Israel because Israel has superior weaponry and technology. So like in the tit for tat with Lebanon, where, you know, Israel, you know, the kind of statement like it's not genocide because if we wanted to commit genocide, we could have done it, you know, type understanding that, you know, the most that Hezbollah's got or possibly Iran has is not nearly what Israel has. So if the chain of escalation keeps on going up, that at least the regional, so to say, enemies of Israel will have to call it quits before Israel. And that's actually part of the AIPAC pledge in Congress. I'm not sure if they use the term escalation dominance. They might even use that term in like the AIPAC pledge, but it's something about technological dominance, which is the same concept that American Congress people have to take this oath or pledge that they will see to it that Israel has a military superiority, a technological advantage in the region.
Oh, interesting. Is that I don't know if that's a pledge that you think that's a pledge that Congress people take. I don't know. That doesn't sound right.
I mean, it's actually something that they signed. I mean, I don't know if you remember. I mean, the U.S. politics, like Grover North, but I mean, they actually sign statements, so it's not just like
what
can just give you a bunch of things. They actually make you sign a document or a statement.
What
of policy?
Anybody who's elected to Congress?
I mean, because we're live, someone could Google this, but like I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's an actual official statement, and it's not that long. I mean, it's like Grover Norquist. You know, I don't know if you remember him and the no new taxes type thing, where, you know, all Republican Congress people is either you sign this paper saying no new taxes or we primary you. That AIPAC has, you know, basically it's like either you sign this statement or we don't back you. So like there's actually something they have to sign. I mean, if there's anyone in the chat or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, let's see if we could pull that up because that sounds a little.
I mean, one like the two things. I mean, the key thing is this concept of the qualitative military edge or escalation dominance. That basically means like, yeah, you could sell weapons to UAE, Egypt, Jordan, but it has to be clear that if there was a war between Israel and one of the nations that America was selling weapons to, that they wouldn't stand a chance against Israel. And so, I mean, that's something that's U.S. policy, really, because like, and presumably, I mean, he didn't touch on it much, but I mean, when Max Blumenfeld said it, I was like, yeah, all Israel really, like, I mean, like the people in charge of Israel making the decisions. I mean, it kind of went to the second point I was making of, you know, that other guy, Andrew Bustamante, that, you know, CIA spy that's all over all the media podcasts. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him.
No, I'm not.
He's on like Joe Rogan, Diary of a CIO. He's like the dark-skinned guy with the long hair. That's the former CIA agent that, you know, is like writing a book. And I mean, he's one of the most popular talk show guest, and one of the most constant thing he gets asked about is Epstein in Israel. And at this point, he was basically like, yes, it's likely that Epstein was working for Mossad. Yes, it is likely that Israel's committing genocide. And he's always been kind of pro-Israel. This was just yesterday. But then he was pushing that like Israel is still a strategic ally of the United States, and it doesn't really matter that Israel's committing genocide. And he gave the old-fashioned like Bush region that, I mean, in basic classification of U.S. intelligence, Israel is an ally because it's a buffer against our enemies. And in that sense, it doesn't really matter if Israel commits. I mean, that's not how it's properly portrayed and sold to people in America of why we support Israel. But within the CIA, the doctrine is very clear that Israel is a buffer state to protect us against our enemies. You can't get to America with first getting past Israel, meaning the Islamic enemies. And from that point of view, he basically suggested that Israel is probably going to continue on committing the genocide, and they're probably going to get away with it.
Interesting. Is there a clip? Can you send me a clip? Maybe we'll review it. I mean,
I'll put it in the Discord chat.
What year?
It's just a small fraction.
Okay, yeah, drop
It's
it.
this Indian guy like Singh. I never even seen the talk show. I just saw that he was talking about Israel, and it was like this 3 comedy guys. This guy Singh, who I guess is one of the most famous comics in America, but I'd never heard of him. But once we're done talking, I'll find the clip. I'll put it in the Discord chat. But I was just putting those two together. This question is, I mean, unfortunately, I think like basically Israel is in a really bad situation. It's been lying to the biggest victim of Israeli Hasbro propaganda are Israelis and Jews. I mean, obviously the Palestinians, the physical victims, but I'm saying in terms of the lies have mostly affected Jews that don't have a proper grasp on the understanding. And, because the war goals were never tenable. It was never going to be possible to defeat Hamas. Even like the John Spencer stuff or like the infantry, all of the military experts always said that you have to do a ground invasion and it's going to cost tens of thousands of Israeli soldiers' life. I mean, that was always made clear from the beginning. And all of these plans, like the expulsion plans, I mean, Blumenfeld even mentioned, but I mean, some of these have been leaked and reported. But I mean, I think it's going to become more and more clear that, I think even in the U.S. government, that the U.S. government is actually still probably inside pushing for expulsion. Like when Blinken, right after October 7th, went to Israel, his original intention was to convince Egypt to open the Sinai Peninsula. But I mean, I think we're going to see that really there was a plan of expulsion from day one between Israeli and American authorities. And we're probably going to get this last-ditch effort because it's like, well, we've tried everything, but we haven't tried the one thing that's really the dumbest thing Israelis have said is the dumb statement that almost everyone, as Bora guy says, is it's not genocide because if we wanted to kill them, we could kill them all. And the fact that we only killed 50,000 isn't really genocide because we could have easily killed 1 million. And so unfortunately, I think from the Israeli end, like, well, we've tried everything except for just, basically without any pullback, wholeheartedly just killing masses of people. And so the danger that was the Aguilar, I mean, he didn't say it was definitely going to happen, but he was warning like there's extreme danger. And you look at Israel, it's crunch time. What the hell are you calling up 60,000? What do Israelis think they're going to happen? They really think they're calling up 60,000 soldiers to do anything other than to commit genocide? And even if they don't think it, saying like the scholar vote, like most people think it, like 80% of scholars are, just saying basically anybody listening thinks that like Israel is just lying. Like clearly they want to kill these people and they just don't care. And I mean, so we just have a real disastrous situation. And, like I'm further anti-Israel or to the left than you on this, but, I have to appreciate your work in doing this.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you sharing those thoughts and analysis. I'd be interested to reviewing that video.
I'm going to share it in the Discord, and I'll pop off if you're debating.
I want to. Yeah, but
okay. So I'll hop off, and the first thing I'm going to do is put that CIA video about the prognosis in the chat, and I assume the Max Blumenfeld on Mario Knopfel, which was yesterday, and I mean. I don't know if you got a booking agent. Like I fell out of favor. Like I'd been on Mario Knopfel's show a few times, but like like if you want to enter the arena, and he's doing it out of Dubai, and he's got like all sorts of people. But I mean, I think like if you really want to enter the arena, like you probably should try to get someone to book you with Mario Nuffel.
Okay, that's
like
a good idea. Yeah, we have.
He's in Dubai. He's the one who's hosting these heated debates and conversations constantly.
I'm messaging Scott right now. Suggested.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop off and put that in the chat.
Awesome, thank you.
When I mentioned that last thing because we've been playing a little bit of chess. At like the most popular thing in chess ever was Pog Champs. I don't know if you remember that or heard that.
No.
But that was where major streamers like Mr. Beast, almost all the big streamers did it, where they had like a chess grandmaster, they coached them how to play, and then the streamers competed against each other. I think you could do the same thing with I know Richard Spencer, Arvel.
Interesting.
A lot of these guys really like playing chess, but like aim some sort of like debate where we play chess at the same time or something.
Okay, okay. I've played a few. I think I've played 2 games on stream before, but I'd be down to do. Are people still doing that?
Well, it's like a one-time-a-year thing that chess.com does called Pog Wars.
Cool.
They get like the mega stars that have millions of followers, like the video game players.
Right.
I don't know if you reach out to like Richard Spencer or Arvel to talk to them. They might be willing to talk to you, or anyways, or you just said like by the way, I play chess. Like let's play chess, but we do it. Or if it became a thing like modern day debate, where you're just gonna have these. I'm just random, because the Pog Wars was just chess. It was just popular video game players playing chess. But and I don't know, Mike Benz. Like if you remember Frame Games, like Mike Benz, he was on Piers Morgan. I mean, he's an accomplished chess player. I'll
look into that. If
I was interested, it's something that might grow in popularity. Like instead of just having conversations or debate, let's have it over a game of chess.
I'm down. I like chess. If only we could resolve our problems that way.
I'm sorry, taking so long. I know the president of the Jerusalem Chess Club. If you pop in there, Igor Berenbaum's pretty sure his name, but like if you,
I'd be down to check it out.
I know they're mostly Russian.
Well,
they're mostly Russian, but
you're definitely helping me
like
get better, because your calculation skills are definitely superior to mine. So normally when I play, I don't think I just play pretty intuitively, but when I'm playing you, I know that if I just play intuitively, I'm going to get wrecked. So I need to really think. So it's helping me. It's helping me upgrade my game.
I was a junior champion. I'm a chess coach, and so.
Okay. I feel a little bit. I feel a little bit better now, and the fact that I got you on one game makes me feel pretty proud. Then
you're the star, so I'll leave you be, and I'll put that in the chat.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you coming on. Talk soon. Okay, let's see. Danny, what time did we agree on? Did we agree on 8 or 7? Are we already late to this? Okay. AD, I see you have your hand raised, but Danny, Danny and I have a scheduled discussion. Unless Danny, you're okay waiting 10 more minutes. What's your schedule like? Let me know, because if you're already pressed for time, then we'll do it now. If not, we'll let AD come on, and then you and I will get started. So just let me know in chat. By the way, what do y'all think of this low cut? It's a different look for the streams. I sometimes will wear this when I'm going out, but never on stream. We get the analytics tells us the percentage of male to female viewership. So it'd be interesting to see if there's any change when I show some skin. You never know. 5 minutes is okay. Okay, so we agreed to 7. So first of all, sorry for being late on this. AD, we're going to bring you on. It'll need to be short and sweet. And then Danny and I are going to have a debate. Danny, I don't even know what we're debating about, but Danny's an anti-Zionist Israeli, so should be interesting, because all my debates recently have been with pro-Israel people, so this should be definitely a change. AD, what's up?
Hey, thanks, Udar. Thanks for bringing me on. Actually, I follow your streams quite a bit more frequently recently than I think in the past. There were a couple of things, and I think like I'm now just scrambling for which topic should I mention because just 5 minutes. So I'll start with, I think there are a couple of things. Often we talk about tunnels and the amount of tunnels. Based on your estimates, what's the length or this network? I mean, there's a number like 300 miles of tunnels thrown around, and then when I look it up, like what would it take, even if it was the whole of mass, which is estimated to be about 50,000, was working to take that, it could take about 30 to 40 years without modern boring machines. So I mean, I just never hear anything like that. Such a claim is even feasible to be carried out. I don't know what's the right number, but it's 300 miles. Is that the consensus is?
It's an interesting question. I've never actually looked into. I think all we have is an IDF estimate of how many tunnels there are. This isn't the thing that there's an incentive to fabricate or exaggerate on. So I don't see any reason to think that. Like they could certainly be wrong in their estimate, but I don't think there's a reason to believe that they're exaggerating it. But again, there's nobody actually knows. Maybe actually they have estimates also just from intel, from interrogations, from wiretapping and whatnot. So I'm not sure where that estimate comes from, but it's definitely significant. They've been building this for decades, right? They've been preparing for such a situation for decades, and the tunnels, we know they're complex systems. They're built in ways that they make it they're hard to destroy, and if you destroy one, it leaves the other ones intact. Like, it's very sophisticated how they built this. Supposedly, it was actually Mohammed Sinwar who was in charge of a lot of the logic behind how the tunnels are built. And even now, there's reports that they're still digging. So some have collapsed, but they're still like rebuilding some of them. But I don't think Israel has any plan or intention to destroy all the tunnels. I don't think it's not really like if you look at our publicly stated missions, and also there's tunnels that exist within Gaza. They're only a threat to Israel if Israel is in Gaza. So if Israel plans to occupy Gaza for many years, then there would be a very clear interest in destroying the tunnels, because those tunnels allow Hamas to operate and carry out attacks on Israel. If the plan is not to occupy Gaza indefinitely, then the tunnels, you don't need to, you could leave a lot of them intact.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of incentive, as you mentioned, I mean, the reason I looked into it a little bit is because that is the most common reason given when there is that why there is so much bombing and demolitions, is because of the amount or the sheer scale of this tunnel network. And I just feel that it's very going to be convenient. There's a number, like a huge number, which is kind of cited as destroying most of the public infrastructure, and everything is flattened, and then no one would ever find out actually that if that was the case. So there's a claim which almost can now for sure can never be verified, that if it was actually.
So you think that the tunnels, and I see Jeff Hirsch is in the comments saying, really there's a big reason to exaggerate. So maybe, Jeff, this is what you're saying as well. But so you think that because if they can make a claim about how many tunnels there are, it justifies a prolonged operation to need to deal with all the tunnels. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean that, and then also to destroy most of the infrastructure.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I could see that as a justification to destroy infrastructure. Yeah, I could see that. Although we're not seeing this really. It's not the reason I don't put too much weight on it is because the pro-Israel activists cite tunnels far more than Israel or the IDF are citing tunnels. They're saying the reason all these civilians are dying are because of tunnels, right? That's just how they explain it. But in fact, if there's tunnels, it means civilians and Hamas are separated by the tunnels, right? Civilians are above ground, Hamas is below ground. Pointing to the fact that there's tunnels actually, in my opinion, makes Israel's strategy of flattening Gaza more preposterous, because Hamas are not in the buildings you're toppling, they're in the tunnels. But when we generally hear Israel's justification for flattening the buildings, a lot of it they're saying primarily booby trapping, and the justification they're giving IDF soldiers when they stay in a home to destroy it is just in case the IDF will stay in a Palestinian home, they'll destroy it when they leave. They say, so we don't accidentally leave equipment that Hamas will find, so we destroy the home. And then we've had Smotrich and Netanyahu make claims along the lines of, we're destroying them so they don't have homes to return to. So these are the more common publicly made justifications. So what you're saying might be true. I'm just not seeing it as a central part of Israel's narrative for how they're justifying what they're doing. But yeah, is it possible it's exaggerated? Sure. I don't think it's changing anything in the narrative all too much, because we know there's tunnels all throughout Gaza. You know, it's the best tactical advantage Hamas can have over a military that's so much more powerful than them. So we know that there's tunnels, whether it's 100 miles or 300 miles. Does that make any difference to us? Like, I don't, to me, it's like, I don't know how to comprehend the difference between 100 miles and 300 miles. It's a lot of tunnels. It's probably hard to deal with, but I'm just not seeing that as a justification.
Yeah, I know. Fair enough. It's like, yeah, I know, you're right. It's not one of the main kind of like points. The second thing very quickly I wanted to mention is like more kind of my personal experience. So I'm originally from Pakistan, and I grew up kind of like very nationalist and kind of like, you know, always, I mean, you may have heard like, you know, historically Pakistan being supportive of many Islamist groups in Afghanistan and also in Kashmir and India. But it was always kind of like, you know, trying to find reasons to justify and everything. And then at like some point, I kind of like start to think about that, you know, often when we are arguing with someone else as Pakistanis, like we always say, oh, we're not doing this for this reason, or that's not what we are doing. But then I actually realized that I'm nowhere in we, like, you know, anything which the government does, like, I mean, I don't know why they do it, my own government. And you know what's happening. So it's like kind of like I find it very strange when someone kind of tries to defend and justify their government as if they were there and then know what the intentions and motivations are.
Right.
And yeah, like I just wanted to kind of like say, like anyone who's kind of like defending any government, like just kind of like think about that, you know, what your own beliefs, where do they come from? Like, you know, what impact do they have, how the governments operate? And yeah, like that's just kind of like one of the things that I kind of see now, especially when I speak with my friends from Pakistan, like who's still kind of defending a lot of things that the government does and says as if, yeah, like as just, you know, millions of people kind of like have the same intention as the government. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're just describing like the result of nationalism or patriotism. You know, if you support your government, you want to defend your government against claims that you either believe aren't true or you don't want to believe they're true. Yeah, you know, every atrocity ever carried out was defended by those carrying it out, you know. We don't think, it's much harder for us to think critically and think critically and be critical of our government, especially when we're in conflict with others. So you'll often hear people say, and it's just it's faulty logic, but they'll say Israelis are very critical of their own government, so you don't need to worry about us. Like it's saying that we criticize our own government all the time, so we have no problem criticizing our own government if they do something wrong in Gaza. But there's a very big difference between domestic critique So internal politics, criticizing your government, and that Israel's are huge, right? We have, prior to October 7th, we had 7 months of massive protests throughout Israel. And now, weekly we have massive protests. But the second it's your country against another country, then you become very defensive and you no longer want to be as critical. You don't want to give fodder to the haters. And an analogy I always use that I think is similar psychologically is, siblings will be talking and they'll be saying, they'll talk shit about their parents or something. But if somebody else talks shit about your parents, then, you'll get violent over that. So I think it's something similar. We're very protective of those we love from outside attacks, but internally we have no problem to critique. So it seems like that's what's going on.
All right, thanks. Again, thanks for
sure
taking me on.
And AD, if you have more stuff to talk about, you could hop on later on a different stream.
Yeah, sure. Like, I thought about it all the times, but usually as it happens, like I have my son with me, and then it becomes difficult to contribute anything or talk about.
I hear that.
Whenever I get a chance, I'll just raise my hand.
Well, I'm glad you finally made it on. Awesome, Danny. We're gonna bring you on. Oh, Danny, we're gonna bring you on to StreamYard, not Discord. Let me send you a link. Danny, I'm sending you this on Discord. No, I'm gonna send it to you on WhatsApp. Okay. Danny, I sent it to you. Hop on. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. But Ido, you're saying the tunnels are under the civilians. That means that you have to hit the civilians to get to Hamas. No, it doesn't mean you have to. That's a choice that Israel's making. You could do proper evacuations, right? You don't need to just start by leveling neighborhoods. You can do proper evacuations. And you also don't need to destroy tunnels from above with high-powered weaponry if there's lots of civilians between the tunnels and Hamas. It's a choice. You don't have to do that. It's similar to people who say, when people condemn rightfully October 7th, people will say, what do you mean they have, this is their resistance, they have no other option? No, there's other ways to resist. So there's other ways for Israel to respond. None of this is a necessity, it's a choice. And the sooner we accept that how we conduct ourselves, both in resistance and in self-defense or war, however you want to describe it, the sooner we'll be able to do a better job protecting human rights. And in this case, we're talking about the human right to life, which I think is one of the most essential rights. Like there's the barbarism of an airstrike. It's not just an airstrike. No. An airstrike is a bomb that incinerates people. And if it doesn't incinerate you, shrapnel cuts you apart in all different places, or it dismembers body parts. There's a brutality to airstrikes, and it's not just just an airstrike. No, dropping an airstrike on civilians is atrocious. It's barbaric. It's barbaric, like going to Nova Festival and killing festival goers. We like to hide behind, intentionality, but they intended and we didn't intend. No. When you kill tens of thousands of people in such a barbaric way, you don't get to hide behind intentionality anymore. You just don't. And it will be remembered as just a brutal form of barbarism, that it will be seen as morally indefensible. There's no doubt that with the moral progress we continue to make, that's how this will be viewed. Hi, Danny. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. Welcome, Danny. I'm running to the bathroom. If you want, you could introduce yourself to the viewers. Don't say anything that you want me to hear, because then you'll need to repeat it. But if you want to tell people who you are, what you believe, I'll be back.
Well, I actually think I'll wait for Adar to come back. I exited the Discord, so I don't see the chat or any chats.
Okay. I want to get a light though because my other light is not working well. Does this work? Okay, it's not as cool as the other light, but whatever. Like the other one had kind of an effect.
But can you hear me okay?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, actually I'll move my microphone closer to me. Okay, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you, Denny?
I'm good too.
And sorry for the tardiness. I completely forgot we planned for today.
That's
And,
a typical Adar.
Maybe it's just the fact that I'm Israeli and related to everyone.
Yeah, you're using the cultural excuse.
Exactly.
All
Wait,
right.
let me. I want to respond one more comment to Ido because I do hear this a lot. So Ido says, "But when Israel tell Gazans to evacuate, you claim it's ethnic cleansing." So that depends, right? If there's a guarantee that they could return, then it's not ethnic cleansing. It's only ethnic cleansing if the intention is to displace Gazans and never let them return. As long as there's a guarantee that they'll be able to return or they'll be resettled someplace else in their homeland, the land of Israel and Palestine, then it won't be seen as ethnic cleansing. But yeah, if it's evacuate Gaza so we could destroy Gaza and then you're gone for good, yeah, so that would be ethnic cleansing. Okay, Danny, what are we debating? What's going on?
So the topic is the counterproductivity of Zionism, and I will argue for the one-state solution and not for any form of federation, confederation, or two states.
Cool.
Yeah, I first I want to say thank you for having me here, and I really appreciate your work. Anything I will say, I'm sure will not be taken personally. I honestly think you're doing such an important work, and I completely respect you.
Likewise.
Yeah. As a quick intro, I'll say that I'm an Israeli. I was born and raised in Israel. Very normal upbringing. Joined the
Danny,
idea.
I'm just fixing the lighting.
Basically, my concern is the Jewish people in general and the Jewish people in the land between the river and the sea specifically. I care about them dearly, and I want the best for them. So I have a long list of things I want to say. So I have to ask you first, like, how much time do you think I have?
How much time would you ideally like?
Well, ideally, I would like to speak for 20 minutes.
I think that
I can try to cut it down to 10. Basically.
well, I think the conversation will be more engaging for the viewers if there's more of a back and forth. But yeah, and if you want to set up a different live stream where you yourself are in depth presenting this topic, take a full hour, do a screen share, bring up slides. You're more than welcome to present that here on this channel. So we could do that.
Yeah,
but for the
that's
sake
fine.
of this stream, so try to 5-10 minutes, and you'll have ample time to make all the points you want throughout the
Okay.
discussion.
All right, cool. So I'll start by saying the 4 points I want to make today. Number one, I want to define Zionism. Number two, I want to explain why Zionism is counterproductive. Number three, I want to conclude that the two-state solution, federation-confederation, is not going to bring peace. And four, argue for the one-state solution. So I'm going to start with number one, define Zionism. I want to make a point to you because I heard you saying in the past that you don't like engaging in semantics and definitions can be tricky. I think I can agree with that on other cases, but I think we need to define Zionism because, in my opinion, this is the core of the problem that everything flows out of. So my definition of Zionism is really a very simple one. It is a Jewish state. Basically, it's a 3-word sentence. Zionism equals a Jewish state. So nothing controversial. You can stop me at any point if you want to respond.
Sure. Yeah.
So I'll stretch the sentence a little longer. I'll say Zionism is a nationalistic ideology aimed at establishing a Jewish state. So I think it's pretty straightforward. But you can already see from that single sentence that quite a few issues arise. By defining the state as Jewish, there is the definition of who belongs to the state is you need to be Jewish, and who the state is for the Jewish. There is already basically an embedded discrimination right there, and it's almost like saying the Jews are a nation, and in Hebrew they say that Aleom Yehudi, right? The Jewish. The word nation in Hebrew applies to the Jews. So when the world started dividing itself into states and countries, the Zionism basically said, okay, well, let's build a state for the Jews because we are a nation. So, I mean, I think that by default, it's discriminatory. It's almost impossible to have it so it's not discriminating. And the state of Israel basically says this is not negotiable. The state belongs to the Jewish people, period. You can talk about whatever you want all day long. And they play this game where they narrow the spectrum of conversation to this policy or that policy, killing civilians, taking land, ethnic cleansing, bad or good. But you cannot talk about the Jews deserve and have the right to have a state. This is not, it's a taboo. It's a taboo. If you're going to go in Israel with a sign saying we need to dismantle the Jewish state, you will have consequences in your face very, very quickly. And there is so basically anti-Zionism is almost not acceptable topic of discussion. I will extend the point about the Jews being a nation. In Israel, there's a registry computer, right? Every person who's born in Israel or immigrating to Israel, the computer will say if he's Jewish or some other ethnicity. And there was a group of Israelis who actually went to the Supreme Court, I think 10 years ago or so, and they said, we want our nationality under that line. We wanted to say Israeli. We don't want to say Jews, Christians, Muslim. There's a list of all, I think I heard, if I remember correctly, a list of 200 options but you cannot be an Israeli. And the Supreme Court says, no, it's denied. You cannot be an Israeli. You have to choose which nationality you belong to. And I think this is the core of the problem, because out of that, there is so much conflict arises. So I just wrote myself a few points. I'm not a good speaker, so I'm just going to read a few things. So the Jews need a state. That's what Zionism says. The Jews need a state in order to be safe and maintain the continuation of the Jewish people. The state of Israel protects the Jewish people. This is a given. You're born into this ideology, you're raised into it, and you believe it. You believe the Jewish people need a state, deserve a state, have a right for a state. And like I said, this is non-negotiable. So by default, this is discriminatory. I'm not even talking about the West Bank and Gaza. I'm saying the ideology is discriminatory. It doesn't matter if you have 20% non-Jews, 15% non-Jews, 30% non-Jews. It doesn't even matter. You have discrimination by default. And this is non-functional in a modern Western society. You cannot be a democracy. This is not a democracy. Democracy in the 21st century means equality and 100% equality in the eyes of the law. Of course, there will be discrimination between people, but the law cannot discriminate in a modern Western form of democracy. So Israel is not a democracy. So let's see. Okay, so I want to make another point about that by saying that this is non-negotiable, Israel is limiting the discussion. You cannot, for example, the anti-Zionism, it's just not allowed to be talked about. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. I already said that. So I will continue unless you want to comment on anything I said.
Yeah, maybe I'll just make a few comments. So I agree with you to a large extent, actually. I don't know if we reach the same conclusions based on I think we agree on the problem you're describing, perhaps not the conclusion or solution. So just to start about Zionism and saying we need to define it, the definition you gave, I'm super okay with. I still think it's a meaningless term because people who are Zionist and anti-Zionist have very different definitions. So they're at a disadvantage when communicating because they have different definitions over this term Zionism. If Zionism just means support for a Jewish state, that doesn't require its own term. If you support Palestine as a Muslim state, does that make you a what? Just means you support Palestine as a Muslim state. It's just an unnecessary term that, in my opinion, causes more confusion than it provides clarity. So that's where my objection comes from. But how you defined it, I think that is a suitable definition. In terms of a Jewish state will always have some level of discrimination, I agree with you. Although I think over time, over many years of peace and perhaps a nonviolent civil rights movement from within Israeli society, whatever discrimination exists today can be changed completely. Now, will it ever get to a point where if you're a non-Jew living in a Jewish state, will you always feel at some disadvantage and there's no way to fix that disadvantage? And maybe the disadvantage is not even something that could be measured by material means. It's a psychological disadvantage. It's just a feeling of not being part of the society that is dominant in the country. Perhaps, right? I think the psychology of a non-Jew living in a Jewish state might be the hardest to solve, not the material disadvantage. I think that's probably easier. So I recognize that to be true, but that on its own is not going to get me to be completely against two states. And again, for those who don't know, I consider myself more solution agnostic. I could support two states or one state. For me, what's important is that the rights of the people are protected. And how do we build institutions that could protect people's rights? So that could be by us sharing the same institutions, which would be more of a one-state paradigm, or it could be us having separate institutions, which is more of a two-state paradigm. So while I recognize that disadvantage in two separate sets of institutions, to me, that's not a great enough disadvantage to entirely reject that idea, because I could see clear potential disadvantages with us all having shared institutions, at least in the shorter term. So while I agree with the problems you're identifying, to me that doesn't convince me entirely that two states can't work or shouldn't work, or we just should completely throw that idea. No, it still might very well be the most feasible and ultimately most just solutions. So, and I'll leave it with you with a thought experiment. Let's say that it was either two states that had some level of discrimination in both these states, or one state that had a high likelihood of turning to be just civil war with mass amounts of death and destruction. Now, that's likely not the only two options, but given those, let's say those are the two options, would you in that case prefer two states over massive civil war in one state?
I'm not sure. I think obviously I'm against violence, and I want peace. So if there will be today an event like a prime minister of both signing a federation agreement, I'll be the last person to walk in there and says don't do it or anything like that. Like anything that would stop this madness, I mean, is
Right.
for sure better. But I think that we have to think about the long-term solution. This is my personal interest, is to try to dissect and analyze the situation from a bigger point of view and think about the long. I don't believe that one-state solution will materialize in my lifetime. Maybe it takes 100 years. But I think this is the goal. It's kind of like Herzl. Herzl never saw the Zionist materialize, but he put together a vision. And I think that's how my interest is towards that. I want to reply to a few things you said. You mentioned that the definition for you is not so much important. And again, I just want to say that by not calling on Zionism the core problem, which I believe it is, and you can disagree, you can say it's not the core problem, but I think it is. And by not calling it out, now we're just talking about this situation or that. Gaza, is it a genocide or not? And then we says, oh yeah, it was bad to do that, so let's not do that anymore. We kind of like saying, oh yeah, the national, the law of nation, I forget what it's called, Chok HaLeom, the state law, where it's declared that the state belong exclusively to the Jewish people.
The nation state law.
Yeah, so people say, oh, that's a bad law, let's reverse that. I think if you're going to stay within this spectrum of, not calling out the core of the problem, which is Zionism, we're just going to let everything else be specific on case by case, which in my opinion, that's fine. We can do that. We can go and do this thing that you're calling transform to a more equal. But from my point of view, we're going to have to go back all the way to the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence states very specifically that the state belongs to the Jewish people. It says we the people, which is kind of interesting analogy to the US Constitution, right? We the people. And back when they wrote that, they meant we the white male people, right? The black didn't have voting rights and so on. But one of the points I want to make, I'm jumping ahead a little, is Zionism and the Jewish state concept is very limited in its ability to adapt. You're talking about transformation a lot, right? You're saying don't criticize it as if it needs to be dismantled, help it be transformed. And I'm saying, yeah, I'm on board with that, but it needs to be transformed to a point where we go back and look at the Declaration of Independence and say, this is where the problem starts. You're defining the state as we the people, and you're limiting the ability to adapt. There is a certain limitation built into Zionism in evolution, so yeah. So just to explain, sorry, I'm getting caught in my thoughts. Basically, the point I'm making is that in the US, when they said we the people originally, they said we the white male people, but there was an evolution. There was a resistance to slavery, and
Right,
there was...
they didn't say that. That's what they meant.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they meant.
Yeah.
But in the Israeli Declaration of Independence, it says, we, the Jewish people, we were here and we formed our Jewish identity here in Israel. And after the Holocaust, we came back. And now we are building a new country for the Jewish people. And then after saying we, the people, like 13 times, last time I counted, there is a paragraph on the bottom that says, and we invite the Arabs to participate in building the nation, which is almost like an illustration of where are we heading with this project, which is, like I said before, it's a built-in discrimination. And you can argue that it's not inevitable that there will be discrimination and we can work to minimize it. I would argue that this is going to lead us to where we are today. The place where Israel is today is a consequence of this premise, the Jewish state.
So something about, you said you want it to be clear that the problem is Zionism. I look at it a little bit differently. I look at it as the problem is institutions that are not protecting the rights of all the people living between the river and the sea. So Zionism, in its current manifestation, is a set of institutions that is doing just that. It's not protecting the rights of the people. But the reason I say I frame it that way is because you could dismantle Zionism, replace it with something else that still doesn't protect the rights of the people, and then that too becomes the problem. So the reason I don't want to I don't focus on Zionism being the sole boogeyman and kind of broadening it in how we should look at solutions is because there's this idea that, okay, if Zionism is the problem, you get rid of Zionism, that's the solution. But that's not at all obvious when we look at the complexity and the dynamic here on the ground. If we can't replace the current institutions or transform the current institutions with something that truly protects the right of the people, then we didn't solve the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm fine with going with this approach and saying, let's transform the institution. But I mean, if you look at the institution, let's say the Jewish National Fund, right, Kakal, that's the body that holds the entire control of the land. All the real estate properties are controlled by the Jewish National Fund. It's a Jewish organization. Mm-hmm. And the same is for the Histadrut, the new Jewish union, workers' union. It's a Jewish institution. It was established for the purpose of prioritizing Jewish work and Jewish workers. And it goes on and on. The entire country institution is built on supporting the Jewish state. So yeah, I mean, if we can look, if Israel can transform and become a place where Jews are no longer favored whatsoever in any law whatsoever, so that's great. I mean, that's basically the one-state solution in a way, because like other people said in the past, we're living in a one-state solution. I mean, it's almost like can be seen as if it's a civil war. Right now, the war in Israel is between people, inhabitants of the same territory, the same area. So that's for that.
Yeah. A quick note on the concept of dismantling or transforming. I think there's probably a functional difference with what a dismantling and a formation of an institution looks like. But I think more importantly, it's an important framing, because the best way to actually change the situation on the ground is to get buy-in from people living here. So tell Israelis we need to dismantle institutions. They're like, no. That freaks them out. You say, oh, but let's transform them. It could mean functionally, it could mean the same exact thing, but framed in a way that Israelis might be much more inclined to participate in the process. And also, I think sometimes an institution can do a lot right and some wrong, so you don't need to build it from the scratch. You could just modify some things. But I actually think the United States is probably a decent example, because they didn't have, they added some amendments to the Constitution, but they didn't have some sweeping constitutional changes to need to fix the discrimination of the past and the injustices of the past. They actually, over time, the institutions just evolved and transformed into something that was able to protect the rights of all people, right? America wasn't dismantled, and America was built on, it was built on genocide of an indigenous population, hundreds of years of brutal slavery and then segregation. And I would want the process in Israel-Palestine to not take that long, right? And thankfully, time moves quicker in the modern world. But that's a clear example of a nation that started in a really rotten, brutal way. And there's many flaws we could point to still
What
in
do
the
you
American.
mean started in brutal way?
Well, the genocide of the indigenous populations.
Because of the ideology of the new Jewish state.
No, I'm talking about the United States and how that was built. But yeah, Israel was built on the ethnic cleansing of the native population. Yeah, for sure. But we do have historical examples of countries that have fundamentally transformed without needing to be dismantled. They just transformed over time. And then others fully dismantled, but let's take an example for Nazi Germany, right? Germany still exists, but that was transformed in a way that was not like a natural evolution over time. That was getting destroyed and rebuilt, and new institutions being rebuilt.
Yeah. And actually,
yeah.
And actually, it's interesting to point that I looked one time the history of how did the Germans deal with the past of Nazi Germany, and they almost say, oh, it was a group of people called the Nazis. It's almost like in some literature, it is being detached from themselves. And I think it's a perfectly good example of how Israel can transform by letting go of Zionism and saying, yeah, there used to be a group of people who were Zionist, and we don't do that anymore. So that's so I think it's important to point to these other countries you said, like, that had an evolution, like the US and many Western democracies today went through an evolution. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make, is that Israel, by declaring itself as a Jewish state in the Declaration of Independence, is putting itself in a box, and it's not evolving. It's resisting the evolution, and it's doing so with any means possible. So even if the US support to Israel would crumble today, I mean, yeah, it will be pretty hard for Israel to remain, but they will resist it. It's going to be like, I don't know, they will probably go to China and find someone else to support them somehow. I don't know, but it's not allowing itself to evolve. This is the argument I'm trying to make. And I can provide, I can keep going.
What do you think would happen if we were to be able to reduce the fear of Israelis? Because a lot of, I think, the resistance to change and the desire to have a Jewish state for Jews that's majority Jewish, a lot of that stems from deep-rooted fear of us not being able to protect ourselves. If we were able to get over that fear through prolonged peace, my impression, although I'll play devil's advocate with myself, you have the fastest growing population in Israel are ultra Orthodox, right? But the second fastest growing population are Palestinian citizens of Israel. So that's interesting. Now, if we could get over the constant fear of being genocided and being destroyed, our desire to have this Jewish state will reduce significantly. You'll still have the ideological drive that many people hold, but what unifies secular, religious, right and left Israelis across the board is fear of being destroyed. So if we can get rid of that fear, then you very quickly change the psyche of the population living here.
I definitely agree with you that fear is huge. And actually, it's one of the points I wanted to make is that Zionism is benefiting from inciting fear in its own citizens. And yeah, I mean, I don't think we can reduce fear with Zionism still in place. But I want to say something else. I want to sort of jump to the end of my point about talking against the two-state solution, the federation, the confederation.
Sure.
This is one of the core points I'm trying to make, is that Zionist ideology would remain in place even if there's a two-state solution. I'm gonna wait.
No, I'm listening. I'm fully listening. I'm trying to solve the lighting issue. That's
yeah. So I just want to reiterate the premise I'm trying to make here is that Zionism is the core of the problem, and with going to a two-state solution, we're not removing the problem. Even if Israel becomes a smaller state without the West Bank and Gaza, Zionism as an ideology would remain in place and would continue to create those problems. Like 20 right now. So right now there is this premise that Zionism or the Jewish state can be sustainable with, let's say, 20% minorities. But I'm arguing it doesn't even matter. So like going to a two-state solution, let's say, and taking away the West Bank and Gaza, if you stay with Zionism as the core ideology and with this concept of the Jewish state, you're going to continue manufacturing consent. You're going to continue manufacturing the trauma of the Holocaust. You know, as an Israeli, I can tell you, we are being taught the Holocaust as if it's around the corner and it's coming to get us. This is intentional. It's intentional because now you believe you need a Jewish state, and every attack is interpreted on the attack of the Jews' right to exist. This is serious. This is a serious psychology that is being used. So I don't think that, you know, bringing peace by two-state solution or federation is the right way to look at it, because you're allowing Zionism to continue playing the victim, you know, and looking for this demographic balance and limiting some of the Arab towns. They keep doing this. What we're seeing today is just an explosion of it. So we think, oh, something went wrong in the last 2 years. No, this is built into the system. It's just that it's like a pot that keeps boiling up until it's exploding. So that's.
But why? Wait, Danny, I'm not sure. I think that's solved by a one-state solution. In a one-state solution, if anything, you significantly increase the fear that Jews have because they don't have the IDF and the institutions to protect them. So it puts them in a more fear-based mode where they're going to try very hard to maintain political and demographic control. And I don't think that defeats Zionism. I think that just increases fear. The best way to weaken this idea that we need a state for our people is to reduce fear. So I don't. How does one state solve that?
I think that the question of how do we dismantle Zionism is, for me, like, keeps me up at night. Like, I don't even know. I keep thinking about it. It's really hard because, yeah, I mean, we can talk about that, but I think I agree with you in general. We need to reduce fear. And I think the point that you're making is that if I'm going to make a one-state solution, the people in Israel will freak out. They will like start like getting arms and, you know, getting ready to fight the Arabs. It's not easy. It's not like I can do it overnight. I think by framing the problem first as the ideology that seeks to have a Jewish state as the core of the problem, and now I need to put together a vision, right? This is something I'm not planning to discuss today, but I'm starting to think like, how do I put a vision of a state that allows Jews, that cements Judaism as like a value that needs to be protected and being something that can be standing together with Islam and Christianity. Like we need to put forward a vision that tells the Jewish people in Israel, you are protected by the definition of the state as much as your Muslim and Christian neighbors. This is so yeah, we need to reduce fear by putting together a new vision, not just dumping one state like tomorrow morning. But I think that we cannot do that in the long term by maintaining the Jewish state concept.
So what's your, and Danny, I do want to, I see some people want to hop on and ask questions. Are you cool bringing other people on?
I would ask to quickly give me 5 minutes.
Sure. I have a question for you though.
Yeah.
What's your objection to a federation then? Because a federation seems to solve the problems that you're describing while ensuring that it's a better way to ensure the rights of the people are protected.
Well, like I said, in my point of view, federation, federation basically says two states. And that means that the Jews will have a Jewish state. And the concept that I'm saying, the concept of a Jewish state is a concept that manufactures discrimination. It's a concept that manufactures resistance. It's a concept that is not democratic, and it's gonna self-defeat itself. Whether you're gonna put it in a two-state federation, as long as you're maintaining the concept that the Jews need a state to survive, it's gonna be a self-defeating operation.
I mean, I don't see how you can convince Jews otherwise just through words. It would need to be something that they could be convinced of over years of peace and feeling safe. There's no education. Well, if you completely change that,
I think that what needs to happen is there needs to be a movement of Muslim, Jews, and Christians in this land that puts together a new vision and that starts growing and then people will see that they can work towards a new future.
Right. So a large grassroots movement. I'm super supportive of that. We're just so far from that currently, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that everything
we're considered fringe. We're considered naive. The extremists consider us traitors, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's not easy. It's gonna take hundreds of years, or hopefully a little less, but it's a long-term philosophy. Because even if you let's say Zionism keeps doing what it's doing successfully and cleansing the land of 3 million Palestinians, and now there's only 20% Palestinians from the river to the sea. I mean, you're gonna have immigration of workers. Like today, there is immigration from Asia. You're gonna have people who are not Jewish. 20% non-Jews is not some formula that brings peace. Like if you think about African American in the U.S., they were never more than 13%. You know, Jews in Nazi Germany were less than 1%. when your ideology is racist and discriminatory by definition, you're going to collapse no matter what. We're in the 21st century. Israel is a nation among nations. It's not longer empires and kingdoms. I mean, sure, you can become North Korea. It's just going to become worse and worse and worse. So I think my hope is to build a new future for the Jewish people and the non-Jewish people living in this land.
Amen. And inshallah.
Yeah. I just want to say a few things and then give me honestly like 2-3 minutes.
I think some of the people that want to hop on want to ask you questions or challenge points.
Okay.
So
Okay. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
No, but you could do the 2-3 minutes.
Okay. I just want to say honestly 1 minute. Okay. So we talked about the trauma. We talked about the fact that Zionism is limiting evolution. It's a non-evolving species almost. It's fear-driven. The whole thing about self-determination, right? Like in the 19th century, self-determination was a state. Nowadays, in modern democracies, self-determination simply means representation, cultural representation, political representation. You don't get to have a state by being an ethnic group. I'm just going to jump. Now, there's a whole issue with the way Zionism is affecting the Middle East. The fact Zionism is almost benefiting from chaotic Middle East. This is a whole other topic, portraying Islam as the problem. Muslims are our brothers. When you think about 3,000 years of history, we lived mostly in peace. The Jews who lived in Arab countries lived mostly in peace. There's so much examples about a cultural exchange, philosophical, medicine, architecture. It's just amazing how much Jews and Muslims coexisted in the last 2,000 years, and suddenly we're enemies. This is a result of bringing Jewish nationalism into the Middle East and forcing itself. It's a military operation. Okay. I'm just gonna say the last thing. Zionism is trying to say that they are somehow Jewish, that Judaism and Zionism are like the same. This new law that if you're anti-Semitic, if you're anti-Israeli, then you're also anti-Semitic. There's a certain portrayal that Israel is the home of Judaism. And when you think about it, it's sad. Judaism has so much respect in the Torah for people who are strangers. You have to love them as yourself. There's a whole Jewish wisdom about coexistence that Zionism is repressing. That this is not something that is helping, so we're not going to talk about it. So that's the last thing I'll leave it with. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree that the conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, though they are often intertwined and often one and the same, they're not inherently one and the same. And I actually think that the attempt to make it seem like the weaponization of the term anti-Semitism in defense of Israel is fuel to the fire, which is anti-Semitism. People don't take the word seriously anymore. It's been rendered meaningless because if people are talking about the dead children in Gaza and then you're accused of blood libel, like that's just a ridiculous usage of the term, and it's just a ridiculous accusation. So I agree there should be seen as a separation. I think that's something I'm going to start talking about more, anti-Semitism and how to interact with it, because what's interesting is the mainstream approach to dealing with anti-Semitism is identical, not identical, but very similar to what is often described as wokeness. If you look at how, let's say, the racial justice movement, that racial justice is broad, but what was described as wokeness when it comes to weaponization of the term racism, it's very similar to how anti-Semitism is weaponized. When it comes to broadening of the term, that pretty much anybody is very easily a racist. We see the same with anti-Semitism, where we see assuming the worst about people's intentions and trying to cancel them for things they say or do, rather than trying to engage with them and educate them. Very similar features with how these forms of activism exist. But what's interesting is you hear woke right, woke left, but Jewish activism today, talking about anti-Semitism, is as woke as any other, but it has not been called that. And I'm not sure that's the right term, woke Jewish. I don't want to brand that term. I think that I don't want to brand this call it this form of activism in a pejorative. I want to find words to describe it as an approach to talking about anti-Semitism, which is one approach that today is mainstream, but not only is it not productive, it's counterproductive. And I want to start talking about a different approach to how to actually interact with anti-Semites, deal with anti-Semitism in a way that is not only not counterproductive, but it actually makes a difference.
I want to just say I agree with you, and even I would say Zionism and the Jewish state concept actually fuels anti-Zionism, and then the media in Israel is using that to say, see, they're anti-Semitic, we need the Jewish state. It's like the same as attack on October 7th. See, we need the Jewish state to defend the Jewish people. It's like a cycle that they use psychologically. I just want to end with actually I want to tell you something. Again, with all respect, I think that, like I said, Israel is narrowing the discussion and to what's allowed to be said. And I think that you, and I'm telling you this as a friend, I think that you're still falling within that perimeter by not challenging this ideology and talking about two-state federation. I think you're basically, it's kind of like you can only go so far and then you need to stop. And then I guess I want to invite you to rethink, how far are we allowed to speak against the state of Israel?
I'm not sure. You think that because I'm not entirely renouncing any form of two states, it means I'm limiting myself? Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wholeheartedly disagree. I think as I often describe, for me, what's important is that the rights of the people are protected, and that can be done in both a two-state or one-state paradigm. If anything, I think that's just me remaining more pragmatic than taking just one approach and saying, no, the only way to protect the rights is X. When I think there's a way to protect the rights is X, Y, or Z, I think it's a more pragmatic approach. And I think it's also an approach that is more, it's has a broader appeal, because I'm not just trying to appeal to anti-Zionists. The viewers here, as we've seen the comments, there's Israelis, Palestinians, pro-Israelis, pro-Palestinians. Leaving an open conversation and room for discussion and debate over what is the solution, I think is important to building a broad coalition that could actually bring about change. The second you're just stuck on Zionism needs to be dismantled, it's the only way forward, you're limiting who's going to listen to you, and you're also limiting the range of potential possibilities.
All right.
Should we bring some people on?
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. There is a lot of Q&A going on as well, but nothing, I think. Maybe we could do some questions, but I want to let the people on Discord on. Sinfo, we're going to bring you on first. Simple, you've been invited on. I don't know if you're still here.
It's almost as simple as saying the state can be Jewish and Muslim and Christian. It's not. I'm not against canceling the Jewish out.
Right. It just, you don't want it to be above.
It's exclusive.
Right. Okay. We have Simfo here. Simfo, what's up, man? It's been a while.
Hey, it's been okay. I wanted to inject some historical analysis into the framework. Donnie, when would you say that Zionism has run its course?
Well, I mean, 100 years. Actually, more like 120, 130.
Before it started?
No, he's asking when do you feel like Zionism is officially ended? Like when is the time where Zionism should no longer exist?
When the Constitution does not define the ownership of the land by your religious, ethnic, whoever your mother gave you birth. I don't know.
Do you think that the Constitution of Israel would have looked the same if it wasn't drafted under civil war?
If I think the Constitution was not drafted under civil war, I'm
giving you a scenario where let's say that Palestinian leadership accepted the 47 partition plan, and two states are being being founded. Do you think that the perception of Zionism as an institution would have been the same, or do you think it's not reactive to its environment?
I don't know what would happen if the Arabs would accept the partition plan. I think the Zionist leadership would have a serious problem on its hand. It would almost inflict a civil war by force, which is what they did. 1948 was a war initiated and orchestrated by the Zionist leaders.
How so?
As soon as the partition plan was announced, they took some random attack by Arabs as an excuse to start the ethnic cleansing. The ethnic cleansing was premeditated.
No, we weren't pushed out until Plan Dalit, and Plan Dalit happened after the Civil War already started.
Well,
Plan Dalit was
as we know.
the Civil War.
Yeah, the Plan Dalit as we know it was formulated in its latest version after the war started, but the previous versions were already drafted. The
previous versions being Plan Aleph, Bet, and Gimel, right?
There's a whole series of intelligence collection about where you should attack the village from, who you should take out because he's a leader. The idea that the land belongs to the Jewish people and needs to be conquered is very well established before 1948.
No, but that's not the reason Israel exists. It doesn't exist because a bunch of Jews decided that they're owed in Israel.
Israel exists because of Zionist ideology that was, by the way, let me say something interesting about Zionist ideology. In the beginning of the 20th century, most Jews were not Zionist, and I'm talking about 99.something% of European Jews they didn't have any interest in Zionism. They knew about it, and they said, good luck, you guys, not for us. In 1925, the US closed the borders. In 1930, Nazi Germany raised. So you have something like 85,000 Jews in Palestine in 1920, getting all this influx of Jewish immigrations who are basically there because they don't have anywhere else to go, and they're educating them. They're educating them that they need the Jews need the state for the Jews. So Zionism is not something that the Jews
the way that you're describing that sounds like the way that you're describing it. It sounds like you're saying that the people who are doing this educating, they don't believe that, they're contriving it, and that's what I want to push against.
No, the core of the Zionists, the 1% that did come to Palestine, were highly ideological, almost like zealots. They really, really felt like this is the most, it's almost like a religion. Zionism acts like a religion. It tells you this is the truth. It's a one truth. You don't question it. You follow it. And this is what they did to all the new Jews.
I reject that. I reject that framing. I don't think that's true at all.
Okay.
I think Zionism was an analysis. It was a societal analysis of what Europe is and what Europe is going to become in the 19th century, and the conclusion that Jews are not safe there. And the Zionist project is solving the problem of Jews not being safe in Eastern Europe and afterwards the entirety of Europe.
I definitely agree that with
we can point to things that would that demonstrate that. First of all, the founders of Zionism talked about the rescue project all the time. That was the driving.
That's a myth. That's a myth. Chaim Weizmann. That's a myth. Chaim Weizmann refused.
There were settlements in Argentina. Why were there settlements in Argentina?
The concept that Zionism provides refuge is a myth. Chaim Weizmann refused refugees from Jewish Ukrainian refugees because they were uneducated, poor, and physically unfit. So it became, anyway, I want to say that I agree with your point that Zionism was highly influenced by European philosophy of ethnic nationalism, and also Zionism was, supported by the British imperial operation. So yes,
I want to rephrase what you just said. I want to say that Zionism was influenced by the material conditions of Jews in the European diaspora.
Yeah, look, I don't actually have much complaints.
They saw the model of Jewish integrationism collapse before their eyes, and their solution was a nation state, or a national home. The nation state idea wasn't relevant until after the Ottoman Empire collapsed. But before that, the idea of a national home, that came from the failure of integrationism, from the material condition of Jews in Europe being driven out of their communities in the hundreds of thousands. It's the way that you talk about these things. It's like a conspiracy that Jews cooked up. It's history. It's what happened to Jews that made Zionism.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that the Zionism or roots are in European anti-Semitism and the lack of ability, just like you said, of European countries to integrate Jewish citizens. This is not the case today. European countries evolved and they learned that it's not a good way to go. The Zionism, however, is not evolving.
This is why I started this back and forth by asking you, when do you think Zionism has run its course? And I was expecting to get an answer that wasn't since the very beginning, because I thought that we would agree that Zionism had a purpose.
I misunderstood the question. I'm sorry.
The question, if we agree that Zionism had a good and justified purpose in its ideological founding, the driving purpose of Zionism is that Jews needed to be saved, and it needed to find a solution for saving those Jews. It's not the case that Zionism cooked up some conspiracy about the entire world wanting to kill Jews in order to facilitate a Jewish state. Like we can. I think at least started out as justified.
Yeah, I think Theodor Herzl's intentions were good. I read both his books, and it seems to be kind of funny to read them because he's totally missing the future challenges. He thinks the challenges were like, how should we be convincing the European to give us some of the property values because we need some money. It was totally technical. As far as Palestinian goes, he was like, oh, they'll love it. They'll just hop on the band, So yeah, the intentions originally were fine, but I think I just want to say one thing. I just want to say that the European countries and the US evolved into learning to reinterpret what it means to be a democratic society, Israel is not evolving because it's locked itself into a narrow definition of what the purpose of the state is. The Star of David on the flag is this is it. You either with us or against us. And if you want to be Muslim,
Not either.
okay, fine, but you have to support this ideology.
I don't agree with that either. I don't think Israel or Jewish society or Israeli political thought is not able to evolve with reality. I think it's done exactly that, and that's kind of been the problem. Is that as reality deteriorated, Zionism's perception also changed along with that. You portray it as this is something that internally happened, that Zionists did this.
Not for that.
Only Zionists had agency within the past 100 years. And that's what I'm pushing against.
Yeah, I agree that Zionism is not intentionally interested in conflict with non-Jews. They just expect them to be on board with it. And if they're not, then we'll bring the military in. It's not, Zionism is fine if everybody who's not Jewish is fine with Zionism.
All right, we're gonna Simfo. We'll give you final thoughts, and then we're gonna bring Altoids on. But if you both have interest in doing a longer session, then we could set that up, and you guys can go deeper into this.
Let me think if it was like a specific thing that I wanted to address then.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I don't want to hold you up.
I do want to respond to one thing he said, which is, I forget what was the words, but it seems like it's not intentionally in deteriorating. And my response is that actually there's a built-in problem, which is because Zionism doesn't work, it needs to double down. So it gets more radical. It makes more laws, like the state-nation law. It's shifting to the right by default. This is what happens to ideologies that are based in ethnic supremacy.
I disagree with you very much. I don't think that your model can explain what happened in the peace process in early 2000. Why, if that's the case, then like why did the left ever win elections on the promise of peace talks?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna stop at that. We can, like Adar said, we can go into a longer segment. I don't think the peace talks were honest search for an equality.
We can put that aside for a second. The actually debating the parameters and all whatever you want. I'm saying like as I'm saying as like a litmus test of the average Zionist Israeli sentiment, the fact that the Israeli voter voted for peace talks. They voted for a peaceful resolution of the conflict.
The problem is that their definition.
After that failed, after that I would go on to say that even after that failed, the Israeli voter still voted for pulling out of the West Bank.
Israelis for sure want peace. Everybody wants peace.
And on the promise of pulling out of the West Bank, and the Israeli voter wanted that, even after the peace plan failed. Well, I think your narrative is very one-dimensional in the way that it characterizes what it is to be Zionist. I don't think it does historical justice to even to the past 40 years. Like we don't even have to go back to like early Ottoman era Zionism. Like even the last 40 years.
I mean, when we talk about the terms of peace for Israel is always like border control, no militarization. There's a certain superiority concept that's built into their definition of peace. It's not equality. It's like we need to make sure you guys don't have any weapons, and we're going to check everything that's coming in, and we're going to have air superiority control. It's a one-sided version of peace.
Wait. So first of all, these are these things that there's like no reason for Israel to want them? Or are you
If you believe that Israel deserves,
is it just to feel superior, or do you think that Israelis have a real belief that these are necessary to removing control from the West Bank, for instance, from occupied territories?
the idea that you're gonna have a Jewish state in the middle of the Middle East, surrounded by refugees of that land that are not allowed to go back to their homes, is gonna breed conflict.
We're refugees surrounded by refugees.
You're gonna breed conflict by default. Israel is not at war because the Arabs don't like Jews. It's because of what
I
they
didn't
do.
say that. Like we can do
No.
a more like serious analysis of what Zionism is than just say, oh, Zionists think all Arabs want to kill the Jews.
I'm defining Zionism as an ideology that is trying to build a Jewish state. It's a Jewish state, and by building a Jewish state in a place that has a Muslim population, that you're requiring by default to have a Jewish majority, you're by default going to plan the next ethnic cleansing. It's not an option. Otherwise, you cannot survive. So you're going to breed conflict, military conflict.
So when Israel accepted the 47 partition plan with a 45% Arab majority, that was a ruse. Do you think they would have cleansed them out if, like, say, the Palestinians had agreed to the partition plan? You think Israel would have pushed out 45% of its population?
I think that maybe they would try to tell them, look, this is a Jewish state. You can stay here if you're okay with that, and then if you're not, then we'll ethnic cleanse you. I mean, you can't have I'm not saying that Israelis and Zionism is by default looking to ethnic cleanse everybody who's not Jewish. It's if you don't agree with the ideology, then we have to ethnic cleanse you because
I'm saying that if you think that Zionism inherently wants to ethnically cleanse, then you need to do a lot of work to explain why Zionism was able to accept a 55% majority in the 47 partition plan. Why were they?
Yeah. Like I said, Zionism is okay with the minority that's not Jewish, as long as this minority is okay.
Not a minority. Like not really.
As long as this minority is okay with the Jewish state, and the state belongs to the Jewish people. As long as you're okay with it, you can stay. You're all good. We like you. You know, no problem. No ethnic cleansing.
Although I think it's more likely that achieving a Jewish state was such a massive victory that it's not like the Zionists were in any position to complain. If they got recognition, they're going to take it. 45% Palestinian demographic, they'll figure that out later. And they very well could have expected there to be resistance to the establishment of a Jewish state, which then they could opportunistically remove some number of Palestinians or make their life just miserable in the land of Israel, so they voluntarily immigrate. Like it's unclear what their rationale or thought process was, but it was probably not so thought out. It's like, okay, we got the establishment of a state, we're going to take it. What happens next, we'll figure out based on what happens next. I think that's.
I also want to make the point that when the partition plan was accepted, the big story was they accepted the Jewish state. If you look at, like, when I was in school, it was the 47 UN accepted the Jewish state. They didn't even say the partition plan. It's not the partition plan that is celebrated. Is the Jewish state. The UN voted for a Jewish state. This is the framing.
Yeah, of course, it matters to Israel more than that is what happened than the other thing.
Than the partition itself, yeah.
What is the significance of that, though?
I think there's a big significance, because if you're celebrating the partition, you have to now deal with a partner and build a way forward.
That didn't happen because the partition plan wasn't accepted.
Like I said before, anyway, I feel like maybe there's other people, but that want to come up.
Yeah, well, I do want to bring Altoids on.
Yeah,
but
okay, fine.
th-
Thanks for your time.
yeah, thanks, Info. And again, if you both want to do this again with more time, just let me know and we'll set it up.
All right.
Cool. Altoids. Hold on, Danny, how much more time do you have?
Honestly, I don't have like a hard limit. I can go for as long as you think, like 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll run it for another 20, and then we'll do. There's a lot of. We'll do some. I'll do some solo Q&A.
By the way, I don't see the people on the screen. I just hear them, which is fine.
Yeah, they're in Discord.
Okay.
You can see them if you log into Discord as well. Maybe you want to do that, but.
I think there was an echo for me, so I won't do that.
Okay, well, I'll describe. The person you're speaking to, his name is Altoids Maximus, and his icon is a cartoon photo of a historical religious figure holding the Torah. Altoids, maybe you want to tell us who your icon is?
It's no one specifically. I mean, it looks like me, rather.
Oh, okay, cool. So it's cartoon Altoids. All right, Altoids, what's up? What's on your mind?
Okay, so I listened to Danny, and if I'm not mistaken, I think you are a proponent of the one-state solution only. That's correct?
The one-state solution, yes.
Okay, so the one-state solution that you claim to want to have is it already occurred. The one-state solution was the pre-1947 situation in Israel,
right?
Where the Arabs and the Jews live in one state under the British control.
Yes.
Now, what happened in the pre-1947 situation? I mean, before the mandate of Palestine, the Jews bought land and they lived there, and they brought a lot of economic changes into the land. That we all know this information if we study a little bit of the story of the conflict. The Jews drove the fixed jobs the Palestinians had, the Arabs, from the rural areas, the agriculture centers, the farms, and all this good stuff. And that obviously caused a drift in the population. Now, people say that if there was one-state solution, there will be peace and love amongst populations. But when there was a one-state solution, people did not like each other for whether it was economic reasons, it was religious reasons, political reasons, competing political claims, competing economic claims. Any social category you can imagine, they were competing for. It's not even national claims that they were competing for initially. It was also the economic ones, the social ones, and etc. If you make a one-state solution today, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think everybody's going to sing Kumbaya and like all the problems will be solved because there's one state without the Israeli flag and without Hebrew as the first and only language? Do you think that will solve every issue? Or do you think there's deeper reasons why the hate, even if you take out the national hate, the national pride and all these things, and then the ideological positions that people have, there will be hate for other reasons as well. Because the competing claims are not just sovereignty. Please, I would like to elaborate this because we always fight on the history, but let's talk about the possibilities of the one-state solution.
Yeah.
Just general.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. I think that in order for the one-state solution to work, there needs to be a formation of a national civic identity that allows for multiple cultural identities at the same time. The way I think about it is, as humans, what unites us is an identity of who we are. Now, we can have multiple identity at the same times. What Israel is doing right now, it's taking the Jewish identity and the national identity, and it puts it together. And it says there's only one. There's only one way to be really Israeli is by to be Jewish, and it puts them together. But I think that in a successful society, there's basically two realms of identity. There is a civic national identity, and there is a community's cultural identity. They work simultaneously. You don't need to combine one with the national. You actually don't want to. You want to allow for multiple diversity of cultural identities within one national identity. So yeah, you can say it didn't work in the past because the Ottoman and the British mandate. I don't care. I mean, I think that basically, if you look, let's say, at France or Germany, they were not one identity until nationalism came and created from scratch a new national identity that allowed the smaller community cultural identity to coexist with them. Like you can see it in Central and South America. In Mexico, the Spaniards came, they brought in the Spanish culture, Spanish architecture, Spanish language, and then today they're celebrating Dia de los Muertos. It's like some kind of a Mayan cultural national holidays. How many national holidays in Israel?
Making a generalization with Latin America. Actually, I'm an expert in Latin American history, and this is a very general, very bad opinion on of the Latin American history, because first Spanish came, but they didn't just control the entire land. They actually were welcomed by many indigenous groups who were tired of the overlords, like the situation in Mexico, in the Mexican.
I don't want to get too specific about Mexico.
Half of the Indians there, the indigenous peoples, most of them, actually not half, welcome and ally with the Spanish. And they gained noble titles. The leadership became nobles of Spain. And to this day, many of these indigenous noble families still are nobles in Spain today. And they became Catholics. And the Dia de los Muertos celebration is a modern thing. It's in the last century that's becoming a thing. In the past, the Catholic Church, and to this day still does, completely banned that celebration, and nobody followed it because they thought it was like a really bad celebration. It was just recently, because of modern times, people is less religious, it's become more of a thing.
Yeah, that's an evolution. In Israel, there is no in Israel there is no today national holidays that are not Jewish related.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the evolution we need to see. Once you
your analogy on Israel-Palestine again, it's not like, first of all, the indigenous people became Catholics for the most part. The majority became Catholic, and some Catholic synchronism, etc. But in the Middle East, where Judaism is originated from, if you are claiming similar analogy, the analogy will be that the Jews should convert to Islam and follow Muslim traditions and all these things, and otherwise, or the other way around, to make something like Latin America occur and happen, that people should mix to each other. One of the course of Judaism is no mixing. In fact, I think that's the main core. Like, that's the only reason Judaism exists as a religion, is to avoid mixing with other people. Every single Torah, to the Talmud, to the traditions, to the oral, everything is based on the no mixing of the populations. And Islam also bans mixing between men and between women that's Muslim, and
that's why
that are against it.
That's why a future civic identity should be detached from religion identity, and that would allow for actually what Israel or any nation should do is put religion tolerance as the definition of successful survival mode. If I can be tolerated as a Jew, then the state can be successful. And yeah, my analogy of Mexico is not perfect. I'm just trying to say that there is a way to put civic identity as the form that unites people on a national level, and then allow them to have cultural identities within that.
Look, I get it. I have always gotten the point of the national identity idea. It worked in countries where national identity is not such a big issue, like in the United States. It works perfectly because the United States is a cultural, it's just a really weird country where many
Yeah.
cultures combine and establish a state. But when we're speaking, and that's because we are, the United States is a modern country that's defined by classical liberalism.
Let me ask you a question.
The United States. When we go to the Middle East, where everything is defined by religion or ethnic group, everybody believes unless you change the entire Middle East, I highly doubt Israel will be able to survive, or the Jews will be able to survive in that situation. Just look at Syria.
One of the mistakes people make is that they think that the Middle East is one form of political organization that cannot be modified. Let me give you an example. Jews and Muslim, like in Palestine, Israel, do they have anything in common? And the answer is, of course they do. They have, first of all, from a religion point of view, Abraham was the son of Isaac and Ishmael. I mean, when we draw the map, the outline of the map, we draw the same thing. You know, the olive tree, the Jerusalem, the sons of Abraham, the idea. You know, many Palestinians today are descendants of the inhabitants of Judea. They were probably Jews, but when Islam came, it gave them an option. You can convert, or you have to pay more taxes. And some people converted to Islam, obviously. But originally, they're from Judea. They're Judeans. They are from the Hasmonean dynasty. I mean, we're brothers. We're not cousins. We're literally brothers. You know, this idea that we're cousins always frustrates me. Like, why are you saying cousins? You're my brother, you know? We have so much in common. We can build a new national identity.
I agree. We are brothers.
We can build a new national identity. It's not.
I love Arabs and I love many Palestinians. But the truth is, even brothers, when the parent dies and they're all fighting over the house, they all become enemies all of a sudden. And unless there's an arbitration that solves that issue, there will always be. Even in the story of Ishmael in Yitzhak, you can see clearly that there was an infight that was solved eventually at the end when they bury Abraham together. But I get it. It's an idealistic idea that we are all brothers, and I agree. I would love Arabs to love us back.
Let me say something.
To love Arabs. It's a problem that is both sides. But the issue is, until these national problems are not solved, there will be eternal hate. And if we have a one-state solution, how are you going to make Palestinians who make $500 a month, in contrast to a Jew who makes much more, 4, 5, 10 times more than them? And how are you going to solve the economic inequality? How are you going to solve the clear political difference? Because money buys power in many cases. How are you going to solve that the Jews are better in the army and therefore they will still control the military of the one-state solution? Like these things are solved through affirmative action. And affirmative action is known to just cause more problems.
I want to use the analogy of the brothers because I think this is critical to my point. In a family, you have a parent and you have siblings. The role of the parent is to build an identity of a family under which we all can be our individual personalities. The parent needs to tell all siblings they love them equally, and they need to know that they are loved and protected. This is job number one of a parent, is to have the child know he's loved and protected. Other than that, the parent makes some rules. You cannot do this and that. You know, you have to be home by this and that. But you can be yourself within. So the state role here is like the role of the parent. The state not supposed to take sides. It's supposed to give an umbrella under which I know that he is my brother. And like Adar said, maybe I'm going to disagree with him at home, but outside, I'm going to be on his side. I want everybody between the river and the sea to know that the person next to them will stand by them. If Iran wants to shoot a missile, we're all going after them. I mean, we are in this together. I mean, this is for me like almost like self-explanatory. You know, obviously it's hard to see how we can go there because we have to dismantle the identity that's currently holding on to the Jewish population. Right now, what Zionism is doing to the Jewish population is, I don't want to use kind of like extreme terms, but it's almost like they're telling them that they need this for survival. But if you look at it, it's like self-destroying itself. So somehow, and this is one of the biggest challenges, somehow we need to be able to evolve into something that allows both a unity and a diversity to coexist. This is the role of the parent, is to give a united identity which allows for our cultural identities to thrive.
But I want to continue. I want to ask the previous question that you said about that the Jews should give away from their religious identity, national identity, to a.
No.
So you're
The
basically
Jewish population in Israel today needs to let go of
you want to
this.
be like the United States, that we have
No,
a
I want-
national
I just-
identity.
Wait, hold on,
Different from culture or religious.
Altoids. You let him clarify his position, because I think you
No, this is
misunderstood.
extremely important. I just want to clarify that the Jewish people in Israel today, in my vision, needs to let go of their national identity as the owners of the land. But as Jews, we remain Jews. It's very important. Actually, Judaism would thrive by not being related to a nationalism. You know, this is killing Judaism in a way. Judaism is a philosophy, it's a culture, it's literature. We need to be able to think freely, not as a militaristic nationalism.
Okay, so I get your point, but I think this is just completely dismissing Jewish identity. We're dismissing what are some of the cores of Jewish identity, because Jewish identity is not just being submissive and being nice and accepting living in a country with other people. Jewish identities, like our identity, they evolve and evolve all the time. We were a national group who were independent or autonomous in our native land, and then we weren't for many years. Just an equal amount between being independent and autonomous and not being independent and autonomous, around 2,000 years, more or less each. And then we have this situation right now in which we are independent, sovereign, and autonomous for the most part, if you don't want to include the American absolute control over Israel policies for the most part. So identities evolve and evolve all the time. Why is it that we, the Jewish people, have to devolve ourselves and our identity as a sovereign, independent society in its native land just to appease a different group or to appease a bigger group? I get it. Survivability, maybe we don't want to be exterminated by the entire Arab world, the Muslim world, whatever people make up to this day. But we don't have the duty to eliminate our identity. That's why Adar and most, even people who don't like Israel that much in what they're doing in general, they still support the two-state solution, because they don't want to throw all Jews under the bus just so we can all have a one-state solution that we know is not going to work. Yes, maybe it will work. Maybe there's like a 10%, maybe less possibility of it working in a very nice world. But just because you support the one-state solution, and Adar supports the two-state solution, and I don't support the one-state solution, but I support the two-state solution. That means that Jews who don't want to take away their identity and their national independence shouldn't be thrown under the bus to please somebody else. That's the whole point of the two-state solution.
Yeah, I'm not against Jewish nationalism, like by as a concept, you know. But in the world we live in, it doesn't work. It's simply counterproductive and destructive. Like, do you think the state of Israel is doing well?
As a country, in which way? In militarily, diplomatically?
Like in the last since I don't know, 48. Like how Israel is doing?
Is doing better than they did 2,000 years ago.
Oh, so compared to the Hasmonean dynasty, which was filled with like assassination, backstabbing, and chaos between the Tzadukis and the Perushim. It was
Exactly.
a complete chaos.
Exactly. It's much better now. We're
Yeah,
more united.
but we're going towards the same type of destiny. Nationalism.
I get it, but I believe in the idea that first, and this is a very selfish. I get it. I'm very selfish in this position, but I believe that the Jews first should solve their problems, i.e., be independent, be united in their objectives, believing in their own interests first, and then once we have solved those issues, we can move on to be nice to the whole world. And there's no issue with being nice to the whole world. We can achieve that. But if we're infighting, or we are doing, or we cannot all get together and what's the safe situation for the Jewish people, then it's not possible. And right now, the safest situation is Israel, whether we like it or not, whether we like what they're doing or not. We can at least criticize Israel's policies. We can criticize Likud. We can criticize Benjamin Netanyahu and all these people who are in charge. We can criticize the Ashkenazi Jews. We can criticize the Sephardic Jews. We can put blame anywhere we want. But saying that we need to dismantle the safety mechanism in order to maybe get peace, I just think it's not.
Let me ask you a question. Let's say I give you two options, and these two options are obsolete. Okay, there's no if and whatever. One option, we keep doing what we're doing. Okay, Israel, the Jewish state, all of that. Option number two is saying the following. We guarantee peace. And this is non-questionable, okay? Just go with me for a minute. We guarantee peace for everybody from the river to the sea. No one needs to leave. No one needs to change this language they speak, the religion they follow, nothing. But the Jews need to let go of the flag. They need to let go of the name Israel. And they need to let go of the concept that this land belongs to the Jewish people. These are two options, peace or Jewish supremacy. Like, which one would you go for?
All right, we're gonna, and Altoids, after this, we're gonna wrap it up. So have this be your final thoughts.
Yes, Adar. The question is actually, I think, a very bad question, because you're giving two very black and white questions. Is either you get Jewish supremacy, as you call it, or we get to live in the Kumbaya United States of the Levant.
I can rephrase.
I mean, there's a very simple, there's a better answer to your question, and I think it's in the middle of the two questions.
I would say
you get security by having the Palestinians and the Arabs and Jews talk to each other, not with the idea of, oh, I want the entire territory, because it's not going to happen unless there's serious ethnic cleansing on any of the two sides, or genocide. And you talk to each other, you maintain security for each group, then you make a gradual economic integration, but you maintain the national sovereignty and rights of those two groups separately, and what we otherwise call the twisted solution. Now, when that happens, maybe in the future, we might move from the two-state solution to perhaps at something like the European Union. Maybe let's integrate Lebanon too and make them great again. Whatever you want to make it happen. But for right now, we need to make it step by step. If we just go into the suicidal position of, let's just dismantle the IDF, let's dismantle Israel, let's dismantle everything, and just let everybody walk around and like do whatever they want, it's just not safe for anyone. Not for Jews, not for Israel. It's just going to end up in civil war, and people die, and there will be more ethnic cleansing, and extremism will become more popular than it is today.
Okay.
You want to respond to that, Danny?
Well, I think I want to clarify my question maybe. Would you be willing to give up, as an Israeli, the flag for another flag, the name of the state for another name, and the idea that the state is Jewish by definition in exchange for peace?
I don't trade national rights for security or security for national rights. Both have to coincide. That's why the two-state solution is the best solution.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Altoids.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, so Danny, I guess we're just about done here. Any final thoughts either you want to leave us with, or maybe there's one more point you want us to discuss? And then I'm going to do some Q&A before we wrap the stream up.
No, honestly, I appreciate you giving me this platform. This has been something I've been working on, like within like my own writing and my own research. I mean, I think for the last 25 years, I'm just like trying to figure it all out. And funny enough, since October 7, it's getting more and more clear, like what's the path forward. I feel like Israel, for me, was able to believe that this Jewish state idea can work, but now I think, and you can see it, I think, throughout the world, it's clear there's a major change needs to happen, and I hope to do more, bringing up forward my ideas and my vision. And I think this is what needs to. I think a long-term new vision needs to be put together in a way that can form. You know, you've been also saying the federation, we need to transform. And I think there's so many of us, but I think we need to somehow be putting together a real movement with a real vision and a real plan that people can join.
I'm with you on that. And you're welcome back anytime, Danny, to make the case. And you also have, do you want to drop a link to your YouTube? You have a podcast as well?
Yeah, right now I'm on my PC, so I don't. Oh, I guess I can.
You could also send it to me afterwards. I'll drop it in chat, and I'll put the description. I'll put in the description as well.
Yeah,
so
I forgot to mention that you and I had an interview in Hebrew on my YouTube channel, so definitely people can check it out. If you put my name in the Google search, it will come up.
Awesome, Danny. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adar. All right.
Okay, cool. What do we have? Let's see. I see there's a lot of questions. George, I see you want to come on. Hyrax, welcome back. Hyrax, I don't know if we're going to have time to do this today, but maybe another time. We'll do some Q&A. Guys, I can't get to all of this. If anyone wants a super chat, we'll prioritize that. If not, we'll address maybe 5 comments, then we'll bring George on. First, a pretty interesting story. So I was 2 weeks ago, there was a Palestinian-Israeli picnic in the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, Palestine. And 200 Palestinians and Israelis showed up. Dialogue, connection, food, it was good vibes all around. While we were there, one of the organizers, Alice, she noticed that some settlers had broken onto her property and were stealing stuff. We were on some mountain, so you could see her property from there. So she rallied a few of us to go confront them. So me and probably 7 others went, Alice, her mother, and then 5 Jews. And we showed up to confront these thieves. And this isn't an isolated incident. This is land that the state is trying to take from Alice. There's an ongoing dispute. But these settlers have constantly been harassing her and taking stuff from her almost on a weekly basis. So we confront them, and it's all civil, whatever. This is all live streamed as well. If anybody wants to watch, you could type in confronting settlers or something on my channel and you'll find it. But we call the police come, they say this isn't our jurisdiction, or we just don't know how to deal with this. So they call the military comes. They didn't know how to deal with it. They called their higher ups. After 2 hours, the military got word that the thieves need to return the stuff and they can't take it and they need to leave. Now, it took 2 hours for them to reach this conclusion. If it wasn't a group of Jews that confronted them, it was just Alice and her mother, it's very likely that's not how it would have ended. But I think also they were surprised. There are Jews that do protective presence in the West Bank, but the Jews that showed up to this, a lot of them were actually religious. The picnic had a pretty good turnout of religious Jews who were into this kind of peace building. But anyway, so it was, definitely an interesting experience. I was happy that I could have been there to support. A few days after that happened, Alice called me and said that she wants to do more. She wants to stop fighting them, and she wants to help them. These are kids. There was like a 17-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 20-year-old. She said she wants to help them and work with them and try to de-radicalize them. And I love this idea. That I think is the purest form of peacemaking. That was also my approach when confronting them. It's fighting them does not de-radicalize them. Building ties with them might. So I said, let's do it. Let's do it. So this week we had a call. Alice, myself, and 5 others who are going to be involved in this. And Alice was explaining more about this dynamic, this settlement that they're expanding, and the leader of the settlement is the one who's coordinating all this harassment. And then she mentioned his name, and the name rang a bell. And then I understood that the person, who I'm not going to mention him now, I'll explain why. I'm not going to say his name, but this person happens to be an old buddy of mine from the army. We were close. It was actually someone I had a lot of admiration for. He was just a winner mentality. He worked harder than anybody, never complained, always good spirits. And it's not like he's changed since the army. It's just how you treat your in-group is vastly different from how you treat your out-group. But I haven't seen him in probably 15 years, and it's interesting how we're now about to reconnect, in a sense. So right after that call, I called him out of the blue, and he answered. I didn't mention this whole incident, although he might know I'm involved because the thieves were filming us, so he may have seen the footage and recognized me. But I called him and said, hey, I've been spending more time in Judea and Samaria, and I'd love to come visit you and see the farm you've been building. Because he told me he's building something out there. He's like, sure, come on through. I'd love to see you. So I'm going to go next week and reunite with my old friend, who is now the ringleader of a bunch of hooligans that are harassing Alice and her family. And obviously, when I'm with him, I'm going to bring it up that that Alice is my friend, and I'm going to try to see if we can do something and try to heal this relationship, and see if he would agree to have Alice join for a cup of coffee and start to build ties. What's the chance of success? I can't tell you, but we're definitely going to try. We'll see what comes of it. Yeah, we'll see. So that's a interesting update. But it's almost like there's like a storyline here, right? We haven't seen each other for 15 years, and now we're on opposing sides of some battle, and at least one side has an intention to try to find a solution. We'll see how receptive the other side is to it. Daniel's saying, where can we find the full conversation with Fold? Just type in on my channel, Hillel Fold, and it should pop up. Yeah, that was an interesting one. That was a tough debate because there's such a large ideological gap, worlds apart, right? But there's also a very large reality gap. His source of knowledge is what Israel says is truth. So he'll say something, he'll speak for like 3 minutes, and he'll say 2 things that I find completely morally depraved, let's say, and then 3 facts that are just wrong, where do I take it from there? What do I focus on, right? So I often felt like I didn't quite know how to steer the conversation because I was almost overwhelmed with so many things that were either factually wrong or that I just disagreed with on from a matter of like values. But definitely entertaining. And you know, the comments, I don't know how happy he is with that whole discussion. I'm not sure he would do that again, but I enjoyed it. Anyways, I see something here. So Scene X, you posted something a bit earlier. You said Palestinians are not indigenous because they are colonizers, but you acknowledge that they have the blood of Levantine populations, and more so than us Jews. If you look at DNA tests, they have more Bronze Age Levantine DNA than Jews on average. And you said that doesn't make you indigenous because they're still the offspring of colonizers, et cetera, et cetera. And then you brought up an interesting example, which I actually think defeats your point. You said most Central and South Americans have colonizer blood, but you still recognize them to be indigenous. But I would actually say Central and South Americans are, in a sense, comparable to Palestinians. They are mixed with the colonizer population, right? You could say Arab colonization, which is like Spanish colonization. They mix with that population. In many regards, they adopted the culture of the colonizer. Many indigenous populations are now Catholic. They speak Spanish, not entirely, but a lot of them speak Spanish. They adopted a lot of these European values and technologies, but it's not at all contested that this is an indigenous population. So we should look at Palestinians as similar to South and Central Americans. And just to build on that, I think the whole debate over indigeneity is dumb because your rights should not be dependent on if you're indigenous or not. Your rights should just be, are you a human? Great. So you deserve certain rights. Those rights should be protected, whether you're a native population or an indigenous population. So I think often the debate over indigeneity is used as a means to delegitimize one people's claim to land or one people's rights. So I just think it's just counterproductive, you know, and just a distraction in my opinion. I'll tell you where I like the indigenous conversation. It could be used as a way to unify us, to recognize Jews and Palestinians are two indigenous populations that are currently in a struggle with one another, but we are both indigenous to this land, so we should find a way to share it. So the conversation of indigeneity as a means to unify us, great, awesome. But as a means to divide and take one people's right away, I just don't think it's an argument that has much merit. Cool. You see, seeing that's also a fat straw man. You're saying that I gulp up Hamas and Al Jazeera. I actually don't consume any Al Jazeera. And I often say anything Hamas says should be taken with a grain of salt. But I know people who are brainwashed have this simplistic worldview where they think there's two sources of information, Israel and Hamas, so you need to believe one over the other. But that's not true. Both sides have an incentive to misinform and a long history of doing so. So we should rely on available evidence, whether it's video, photo evidence, reports on the ground, testimonies. You know, there's a lot of ways you can collect evidence. It's not easy, but there's lots of ways you can connect evidence, which doesn't require one to blindly support a government that is engaged not only in a military war, but also a war of PR, which gives them major incentive to misinform. So, all right, one last thing, and then we're going to bring George on. Okay, I'm gonna address something here on Discord because I hate these texting arguments, and to the point where I don't even know why I even respond on Discord anymore. It's just not a good use of my time. So this is going to be to the people on Discord who I'm having a brief interaction with. I'll share my screen. I'll give the response here, and then I'm not getting into a Discord argument. Every time I do it, I regret it. Great. Where do we start? So Dingle said, I mean, and this is part of a longer conversation, but Dingle said 1940 were the first Al-Aqsa riots before any real economic effects by Jewish migration. It feels like a concession to fascists to blame the Jews. After all, migration skyrocketed due to U.S. closing its doors in 1920, and Zionist segregation policy was mainly in response to prior pogroms incited by al-Hussein. So I replied, by 1920, thousands of Palestinians were already displaced, and tens of thousands of Jewish immigrants had already arrived, claiming the land as their own. Violence isn't the answer, but it certainly wasn't created in a vacuum. To which there was a bunch of responses. Dingle responded. I guess I'll read his response because I addressed him directly. Violence began after the Young Turk Revolution, 1908, not 1920. By 1930, the yeshuv already felt unsafe, and it's misleading to claim thousands of Palestinians had been displaced, as the Zionists were acting any differently towards Fellahin tenants than any other landowner. They weren't the same as permanent village settlements, and there was no grassroots opposition to Zionism. It was top-down from Christian and Muslim Arab elites in newspapers externalizing the feudal problem they caused towards the foreigners doing it. There were no Fellahin shanty towns in 1920. It was entirely an elite-led moral panic. And then I'll read what Altoid said. The Arabs weren't displaced. They lost their fixed jobs due to quick financial changes, modernization, and industrialization done by the legal acquisition of land by Jewish immigrants returning to their native homeland. So just to address these comments, because I think there's something fundamental missing. The conditions that Zionism created on the land are conditions that increase the chance of violence significantly. Does it mean it's inevitable? Probably not inevitable, but I think we could say violence is almost certain in the conditions that were created. So we often like to say, yeah, but it wasn't their land and it was bought rightfully from the landowners. That doesn't change the fact that displacement happened. So the Fellahin, the Palestinian farmers, lived on land for many generations. They worked the land. That was their means to make a living. That land was often owned by Ottoman landowners who were gifted that land by Ottoman royalty. Many of them had never even been to the land, and they just taxed, or they, the farmers paid rent in order for them to be able to live the land. But functionally, it was their land that they lived on and worked for generations. So that displacement, while we could hide behind legality, it's still a displacement of a native population and an injustice. On top of that, you have a large number of immigrants from a different culture claiming the land of their own, acting patronizing towards the native population, not being shy in their aspiration to to create a Jewish homeland there. This is a dynamic that historically, we have many historical data points, almost always, or not almost always, I have not found an example yet of a similar dynamic of mass migration of people claiming land for their own that wasn't met with violence. So, and can you make the case that, hot-headed Middle Easterners and Islam fueled the aggression? Sure. But Native Americans responded violently, Aboriginals responded violently, Africans responded violently. When people come and claim land for their own, the native population, in every single time this has happened, it was met with violence. So trying to intellectualize it and be like, yeah, but technically it's not different than what happened with people losing land elsewhere and this and that. No, if you actually look at the dynamic, it is the exact dynamic that has led to violence any other time it happened. So Does this mean that violence is the right answer? Does this mean violence is productive? It doesn't. But is it understandable given the conditions? It is. These are conditions that are almost certain to lead to violence. And I think we just need to accept that. The sooner I was going to say the sooner we accept that, the sooner we can move forward. But I don't even know. I'm not even sure that's true, because we don't need to dwell on history in order to move forward. We could just say history is history. Let's move forward. But if we do want to talk, I think it would be helpful for Israelis and Jews and Zionists in general to recognize that Palestinian violence has not been nearly as irrational and hard to understand as we frame it to be. And again, I'm saying this as somebody who, as a matter of principle, says violence should always be an absolute last resort. So this is not a justification, but it is, we need to understand conditions that are more likely to increase violence. And then our MO has been responding to violence by imposing more conditions, more such conditions that are likely to lead to violence. It's been a vicious cycle. And, you know, right now the national consensus is we will continue to impose these conditions until one day they accept us, thinking that that is conditions that will increase the chance that they accept us. It's not. It's not. And you know what's interesting? And then George will bring you on. What's interesting is, I very much promote this nonviolent approach, but I'm actually not innately averse to violence. You know, like I enjoy MMA. I used to get in fights as a kid. When I'm at the protests and shit's getting heated with the police, I'm front and center. I get it. Like I'm not innately like a pacifist. It doesn't really come naturally to me, and I'm not super reflexive and reactionary when I see violence. I have something. I don't know if this is a real term. This is what ChatGPT explained, but ChatGPT explained it as adaptive empathy. So I have the ability to deeply feel empathy, but I also have the ability to turn it off when it doesn't serve me. And empathy is taking on the pain of those around you. It often doesn't serve us. So I'm not super emotionally triggered when I see violence, to the point where when I was watching the October 7th videos, I shut down my ability to feel empathy. So I was able to watch it in a very cold and callous way, still recognize it. Or when I see a dead Palestinian child, I observe it in a similar way. Here and there, occasionally, I let down my wall and feel it deeply, just to remind myself it's important for me to feel that. But most of the times, I put on that wall and do not take on the pain of those around me. So it's interesting that given all this, that I still take a very principled stance against violence, even though I'm not super sensitive to it. And I think that it just comes from a rational, it's not an emotional thing. It's a rational recognition that violence is very bad. Anybody who's experienced it recognizes that it's bad. And if we can't create a system and build institutions that can protect people from violence, especially when it's violence from a powerful entity against a weaker entity, like we see Israel against the Palestinians, this is a very dangerous dynamic that potentially poses existential threat. Our inability to create institutions and an international system that protects the right of people puts us all in danger. Clearly, Palestinians are in danger because their rights can't be protected, but it puts us Jews in danger. If there's not a system that can ensure our safety, well, then our safety may not be ensured. And this is true for all humans across the world. So my aversion to violence, interestingly, does not come from an emotional place. Not at all. It's purely recognizing that this is what's best for humanity. Anyways, maybe that gives you a little more insight as to who I am and how I see things. George, we're bringing you on.
Hey,
Hey, man.
you guys hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. What's up?
A huge Yeah, huge thanks, Adar, for doing this. I think you're making history with this open, courteous, and sympathetic dialogue. So I just want to bring up 2 quick points. I totally sympathize with Danny. Zionist ideology is 50% of the problem. The other 50, we can say that it is the anti-Semitic fallacies, which then motivated Zionist fallacies. So we need to overcome both anti-Semitic fallacies as well as Zionist ones. So Zionism primarily arose to overcome anti-Semitism, right? But anti-Semitism is a set of intellectual errors, which, like all errors like slavery, unequal treatment of women, and so on, could only be overcome via reason, logic, and sympathy. Zionism didn't do any of that. It only created new reasons to dislike the Jews by creating a Jewish state that forced a Jewish flag and anthem and national character upon hundreds of thousands of people who were totally opposed to it. And very important, it didn't deal with the original fallacies, so the fallacies just kept expanding. So that's all it is. It was just a mistake. Lots of people sometimes fool themselves with making errors, like socialism is a great example of that. And the same thing happened, at least how I see it, with Zionism. And I hope that Danny runs for Israeli prime minister so he can be the needed Zionist Gorbachev. So one last point. So Zionism is really like a new identity that in many ways destroyed the older Jewish identity that lived among non-Jews and tried, to get along with them. And it created a new identity that is unfortunately tied. It has tied its morality to coercing millions into living with a Jewish flag and national anthem and state. And just like socialism is a new identity that destroyed the previous identities in the countries like my native Cuba, the Cultural Revolution in China, and so on, where it took hold, the same thing is happening with Zionism, at least the way I see it. So to me, the Zionists, just like the socialists, the Zionists are as misguided, ignorant, and negligent of history and their errors as the socialists were regarding economics. And both of them created massive, flawed echo chambers and perverse incentives that kept the chaos going for decades. And I think Danny is a sign of the needed Gorbachevs that I think can help us turn it around. And anyway, those are the points I wanted to make, guys.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the challenge is Danny's views are not, they're so far from being mainstream that, him running for politics, we're very far. We're a generation from that being relevant within, at the very least, right, within Israel. What's more likely to transform Israel is external pressures forcing Israel to change. But yeah, I think Danny should join one of the political parties, perhaps Hadash, which is an Arab Jewish party, and that would be the way to get his voice heard. But again, it's what he said is not fringe amongst Palestinian citizens of Israel, but amongst Jewish Israelis, it's fringe. My views as well, right? We are fringe. We're considered traitors to many. Like I mentioned this after my debate with Hillel, but if you were to show my debate with Hillel to the Israeli public, they would think I'm crazy and Hillel is normal, right? That's how it would be perceived. So we need to grapple with that reality. We need to understand where the population's at, what they believe, and work with that. And when we look at how radicalized both our populations are, it really gets people hopeless. It causes a level of hopelessness, and that's why, even for myself, I'm looking for external powers to help, because I think that will just drastically increase the chance that we can do something about it.
Well, thanks again. That's all I wanted to say.
For sure.
And it's great that we have you and Danny going out there and becoming beacons that can get people to at least think a little differently and move the Overton window. So thanks again. You guys are making history.
Thank you. I appreciate that. One conversation at a time. Oh, and George, you posted a comment probably like an hour ago in chat, and I wanted to address that as well. It was asking, I told you how a one-state solution very well may lead to a civil war. And then you asked about, you mentioned the civil rights movement in America and how that didn't lead to civil war. So first of all,
Right.
I can't say for certain that it would lead to civil war, but the idea of the demographic makeup of the land being around 50-50, of two populations that have such deep levels of fear, hate, and mistrust from one another, competing over demographic and political control, has in my opinion, a high likelihood of civil war. In the U.S., you didn't have this dynamic. You didn't have, first of all, it was Black Americans were around 13% of the population, but also their struggle was seen as a civil rights movement. Palestinians view their struggle as anti-colonialism. And part of anti-colonialism is to rid the land of the colonizer. Now, I do strongly believe that given a just solution, you can change the perception many Palestinians have of Jews and of just in general what solution they can get on board with. But there's no Palestinians, there's no shortage of Palestinians who are allowed in their aspiration to rid the land of Jews. And if they can start to have political control and military control without a long-term reconciliation process and time to, actually build a unified society and culture, then it's there's very likely to be retribution in the name of justice. But I don't think this is me just being a fear monger. I say there's a high likelihood that this happens. So while I will be the first to recognize all the flaws in the current system, I see many flaws in the system others are trying to create. Now, I'm not entirely against one state. I would just say it should be structured as a federation, right, where you have different cantons and local autonomy, so there's less competition for national control. Maybe you have a parliament that is by default 50-50, 50% Jewish, 50% Palestinian. A strong constitution that ensures the rights of the people, a system of checks and balances. Right? I can see that working. I think that's a much more feasible form of one state than how many describe it, where they're just like one secular democratic state from the river to the sea, one person, one vote. And again, the people who are saying that they're not speaking against the federation. They're just not getting into the details. But I think what many envision is just, it doesn't seem like they're describing a federated system. So I'm not against one state. Just for me, the caveat is one state should be a federation and not just, just everyone competing for control over political control in the national government.
So, I mean, I sympathize. I agree with what you're saying. Like, for example, if tomorrow we flip the switch and we just had like one state and we just drop all the the internal controls and borders, I mean, it could be a total chaos if we just did that overnight. But I think if it's something we prepare for, and maybe we do in stages where we give a certain percentage of the people in the West Bank and Gaza rights to this new one state, and when a certain percentage of the people can move in there and start mingling and so on. I think if we do it in stages, I think it's something that could potentially work out. And it is reminiscent somewhat of slavery. When people were thinking of giving equal rights to blacks, even though blacks were only like 12% of the population, there was legitimate fear because you're giving them equal rights, the right to own guns. I mean, that could be extremely chaotic. So I do think that the Americans, we overcame it without a lot of chaos. And I do think that at least in the long term, it is something that could be overcome as well, with a new kind of Israel. Yeah. And also, I mean, it's important that at least the way I envision some new state going forward, it cannot be a simple democratic state. Because I mean, actually, democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people can take away the rights of the other 49. That is a famous quote from Thomas Jefferson, one of the American founders. Yeah. And we definitely want to be careful. We want to make sure that have a constitution. We cannot turn a new one-state solution into some massive welfare state that would just bankrupt the Jews. That would be unfair, and the Jews would never go along with it. And that is why, going forward, thinking of a one-state solution, it has to be a modern free market state, where people can really keep their wealth and so on. We definitely do not want to scare the Jews into turning Israel into something like South Africa, where now you have a larger percentage of blacks and they're passing all these laws and they're destroying the country in some way. So that is something, to keep in mind that we don't want to do. And I agree with you as well. There's a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of Palestinians have this colonialist mindset where they think that the Jews are the evil capitalists that are just colonizing all that. But I do think that if we have the right leadership and we get a few soccer stars and we can change minds, especially someday in the future, we have a single state where everyone has equal rights. I do believe that we will be able to re-educate people so they no longer have that hard left, fallacies. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Awesome. Well, yeah, I appreciate you sharing. Thanks for hopping on. Cool. We'll do a few more Q&A, and then we'll wrap this up. Already going on 3 hours. Sunny saying, no, I don't think so, Dar. It's just like apartheid South Africa was reformed without civil war. Yeah, but South Africa can't be described as a success story. It was a success to end apartheid, but you have mass violence, targeting of whites, and a decreasing white population. If you pitch South Africa to Israelis and be like, look, it worked there, that's not compelling. Israelis aren't going to be compelled by South Africa. They see that as a failure. And I think one of the reasons why it didn't work is, again, because there was a lot of built up animosity towards whites, and some amount of the black population are taking that animosity out. And perhaps it's also connected to socioeconomic inequalities. But again, I don't view that as a success story. It was a success to end apartheid, but the way it was done is not one that other countries should see and be like, yeah, that's a good model because it worked. It requires. I'm not sure. I'm not. I'm not an expert in South African politics, so I'm not sure what exactly went wrong there. But I imagine they would need a more robust reconciliation process. And I'm not sure. Yeah, but a reconciliation process would help, and a government that can ensure the rights of the people are protected. But Johannesburg has the highest murder rate in the world, I believe, right now. Right, so that's not going to convince Israelis. Let's see what we have here.
It looks like Danny's back for another round. Maybe want to get him up here. Danny, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, if Danny has a new point he wants to bring on, but I'm going to wrap it up soon, so I don't know if I'm going to bring more people on. But Danny, if you do have something that you feel strongly about, we can do it briefly. Sunny giving a suggestion that saying the full conversation was important, deconstructing his mostly false skewing of the narrative. You'd consider making short vids deconstructing each bending effect. Yeah, I don't do any pre-recorded videos. I should, but it's just too much of a headache for me, and I don't have time. But that would be the fastest way to blow this channel up. But I like live streams. And I'm happy to do video reviews, so reviewing parts of it and giving commentary. One day I will.
Altoids has a hand up.
Yeah, we had Altoids on, so we're not doing repeats. Sorry, Altoids. Unless you could convince me in chat that that it's worthwhile, we could do it. Oh yeah, I did tell somebody I would do a video review. Let's see how long the video is. This is the Coleman Hughes video, 17 minutes. No, I'll do that next time. Annika, if you're watching this, I will do it next time, but thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, so Sonny's saying that you're saying you agree that not everything went well, but we can learn from the mistakes. Yeah, I think we need to look at what worked in South Africa, what didn't work, but clearly not everything worked. So Ruth, I don't know if you're watching this updated or if you're still at the very beginning because you're talking about shooting civilians waiting for aid, but let's mark this at 3 hours, 24 minutes is when I'm giving you your response. So if you're not watching this now, I'll let you know where you can find it. Ruth says, there's not a single film or footage of IDF shooting a civilian waiting for aid, not one. All there is enemy claims from people with every reason to lie. So that's not true. What you don't see is a close-up of somebody being shot by an IDF soldier. This is one of the state of pro-Israel propaganda these days is just deteriorating. It's in shambles. That this is the argument they're making. They're saying, "Oh, find me one video of an IDF soldier shooting somebody waiting for aid." That's a very high criteria of evidence to have because you shoot people from hundreds of yards away sometimes. So how do you get a shot of the shooter and the person being shot? It's a very hard video to get. You could get it from maybe CCTV footage or drone footage, but there's no, CCTV. This is Israel-controlled areas, and if there's drone footage capturing it, Israel has it. They're not going to release that. But you do have countless videos of people waiting for aid, and there being gunshots all around them. This exists. You have many videos like that. So saying there's not one video, in the bubble you're living in, potentially you're not seeing those videos, but they definitely exist. Maybe I could even pull it up. Gee, did I save them? No, I don't think I'm gonna find it now. No, whatever. But yeah, the videos exist, and if you really want to find them, you could message me, and I'll find them for you and send you them. But in addition to that, we have multiple reports from people on the ground. We have IDF whistleblowers that confirm this. The IDF admitted to using live fire, not even whistleblowers. The IDF admitted to it. And then Tony Aguilar, whose full story definitely wasn't legit, but that's just more corroborating evidence. We know that they're shooting at these aid sites every day. So that's you're just being an atrocity denier. Just pure atrocity denier. You could come in.
Yes.
No, I'm still streaming. Anything else? I can't look at all this. I'm happy there's an active chat, but I just can't follow it. Somebody wants to wrap it up with a super chat, we'll take it. I decided I'm going to be more active in, I mentioned this a few weeks ago, but I made the decision I'm going to start taking the channel more seriously. I have been as of late, but I'm going to relaunch the Patreon, hire some people and try to take this to the next level. We definitely will need to get the super chats and Patreon up to hire people, but we'll get there eventually. Like, I'm not dependent on this channel to survive, but I'm not in a position where I could just be paying salaries. So I would need to sell at least one more company. But as entrepreneurs know, entrepreneurship is, you need to be delusional, you need to believe that Statistically speaking, there's a 90+% chance you're going to fail, but you believe that there's a 90+% chance you're going to succeed. But I've founded 3 companies and none have failed yet. So there we go. But only one has been sold for a decent amount. Obviously, not as much as not enough that I never need to work again. Let's put it that way. But definitely, my efforts paid off. But now there's 2 more that are being built: Grateful Giraffes and Head On, and I believe with great confidence that they're both going to continue to do well. But there's a clear delusion in believing that, But if you don't believe that, you don't get up in the morning and work your ass off, Oh yeah, let me announce something. Head On. So what we're doing, we're launching something new at Head On. We're taking in the direction of something we call tracks, which are, there's something called an open track, which is just a group discussion. Anyone can join. We're doing them on Discord every week. So if anybody wants to join our Discord, join us. Hold on. Let me show you our Luma so you can see what we have coming up. So tomorrow we have Palestine Solidarity Hour. This is for supporters of Palestine and Palestinians. Open track, anyone can join. Saturday, MENA Dialogue, open track, anybody can join. I'm going to launch an Israeli-Palestinian dialogue session. I think I might host this actually on Twitter Spaces, just for growth purposes, to raise awareness about these tracks we're doing. Yuri, one of our community members, is running True Crime in Israel. History of Levant, which this likely isn't the date. We're waiting to hear the date. And then Wasatia, this is going to be a journey of moderation, dialogue, and leadership, private track. This one will cost money. This is being led by Professor Muhammad Dijani, a Palestinian professor from East Jerusalem. So this is the new thing that we're running. We're going to have hundreds of tracks down the line. Many will be free, some will be paid. It's really all dependent on the facilitator, right? This is an opportunity for facilitators to... and a facilitator could be anybody. You are a facilitator. We're calling them peer-led discussion tracks. So it's a way where you can build community. You can have conversations around an idea that's interesting for you, and you can even monetize it. So if anybody is interested in either running a track or joining a track, join our Discord. I'll also drop this Luma link. Wait, was I screen sharing? Did I don't remember if you guys saw this. Anyways, I don't remember if I was screen sharing, but here's what it looks like. Okay. So it's getting late. Otto, thank you for the well wishes. We're gonna succeed on this one for sure. Where do you find it? There we go. I dropped the link to the tracks as well if anybody wants to join. Omar saying we don't have Palestinian Solidarity Hour for tomorrow. No, I think we'll do it anyways. The show should go on. We might as well. I think it's an important track, and we should run it. Sonny's saying, what's your problem with Anthony Aguilar as an eyewitness? Well, so that's where we started the stream, that the little boy, Amir, who he said was killed, is alive. Video of him was posted today. So Abdul is his name. He's alive and well, thankfully. So it does call into question what he said, but he very likely was describing real stuff, using live fire in inhumane approach to distributing aid, and he just hyperbolized it, sensationalized it, right? That's the most likely explanation. If what Anthony was saying is unique to what everything else we're hearing, then you could call into question his entire testimony. But what he's saying is corroborated by many other data points. Yurian is saying, why don't the doctors release pictures of those bullets wounded? They make AI pictures of all kinds of BS, so why not release real pictures? Well, we do have photos of children with bullet holes and just people who are shot. But a lot of the doctors that served in Gaza, they don't make the photos public out of for privacy reasons. But two of the doctors that served in Gaza, we had them on for interviews, and I asked them if they could send me privately the photos, and they both sent me photos. And both of them, there was one photo that they each had that seemed to clearly be a bullet hole, both in children. Although one of them potentially could have been shrapnel, it's hard to know. But you have no shortage of photos and videos of dismembered people, burnt people. The AI is a tiny fraction of the photos we're seeing. And those are the ones that certain circles are popularizing, right? So for example, the whole like Pallywood crew, when they see AI generated, they share it. And then all the supporters of Israel share it. And then it just reinforces, you see, look at all this AI generated content. But when it's a real video of a child holding, or of a father holding body parts of his child, the pro-Israel camp is not sharing that. So the perception of many in the pro-Israel camp is that it's mainly AI generated. But no, it's overwhelmingly real. Once in a while, there's an AI generated video. You could consider that a digital reenactment. Someone who wants to have original content that they could help grow their following with. They shouldn't be doing it, but that's likely their motivation. But that's a tiny fraction. In general, the whole Pallywood, Gazawood, that's mainly bullshit. Actually, that's probably a good idea for a stream. I'm gonna maybe do a stream review of the Gazawood Twitter. It's so overblown. Almost everything they say there is just bullshit. The extent to which there's fabricated videos and scenes coming out of Gaza is a fraction of what people are claiming it to be. It's a tiny fraction. It's not a real thing. Palliser saying, when this started, we heard a lot about 40 beheaded babies with zero evidence to back it up. I mean, even now, 2 years later, the average Israeli believes a whole bunch of stories of things that never happened on October 7th. Just last week, I heard 3 Israelis mention the baby in the oven story, which we know didn't happen. And even when I pointed out it somebody didn't happen, somebody got mad at me saying that I'm, what did I say? He said, well, you don't believe the first responders? That's it. The baby in the oven is very simple. We know the name of every person who was killed and their age. So we know that one baby was killed. Her name was Mila Cohen. We know how she was killed. She wasn't put in an oven. That's all you need to know. So also the number of babies that were killed, right? Most Israelis, I imagine, think it's probably a much higher number. So yeah, there's still deep deep misunderstanding of what transpired. And look, no matter how you spin it, it was horrific what happened on October 7th. But the stories that are ingrained in the memories and the collective consciousness of Israelis, the stories most ingrained are the ones that actually didn't happen, or that we don't have sufficient evidence to know if they happened or not.
History Speaks has raised his hand.
Cool. History Speaks. Let's bring you on. Matthew, what's up, man?
Hey, yeah. I listened to the first bit of your discussion about Aguilar, and I do think you're going too far in categorically accusing him of lying, but I would agree that his credibility is severely damaged by this. So like he could be not telling the truth, or he could be mistaken. But his credibility is very much damaged. And I think you were so qualified disagreeing with you there, but I think you were very much right on don't put stock epistemically. If an account is based on one person, it's not great to put too much stock on it. Now, when the family was reporting that this boy had disappeared, it was that led me to conclude that he was dead, and I was wrong. Like I had to, eat crow on this rightfully. But I just wanted to compliment you on the point you made that epistemically, it's very important not to get emotionally tied up on this image of this poor boy who appears to be alive, and also not to rely on accounts that have that are based on one source, essentially. So that's a good point. The other point is more important, I think, and I'm very concerned about, is that obviously it's not rational, right, to say, well, because this boy is not dead, as people were saying, like myself, therefore the aid massacres are fake. That's all a hoax. Obviously, that's not like a rational inference, but my concern is that this will allow the pro-Israel people to promote this, at least for a time. I don't think it's plausible in the long run, right? For the reasons you said earlier too. And also, look, I have two friends in Gaza. One, Hiba, who's written about this publicly now, so I can talk about it. She wrote it for a drop site. Her own 14-year-old cousin was shot in the head at one of the seeking aid, right? So this is not
right.
But my concern is that the problems and malice of GHF and the aid massacres, there's going to be a kind of propaganda from Aguilar's misinformation on this, used to deny the aid massacres in general. So that's kind of some stray thoughts, but I wonder what, if anything there interesting you want to engage it, as I shared.
Yeah. So did you watch the beginning of the stream, or you watched what I just said about it now?
Oh, the beginning. I didn't watch the last, say, hour and a half.
Okay. Yeah. So at the beginning, yeah. So I explained, but I also explained that he might not be lying. He might have gotten it wrong, but it will still call into question his credibility. And that's why it's also important for people who care about this issue to be as accurate as possible, as to not give fodder to those who just want to deny it. Because again, Aguilar doesn't need to exist for us to know that there's massacres at the aid sites, right?
Yeah, definitely. And then if you made a mistake about it, as I did, the next best thing you can do is you gotta be salient and say,
yeah, exactly. But there's something suspicious about the whole thing, because his mom said he disappeared. Where did he go? What was that all about? Unless his mom was in, like, maybe his mom wanted to contribute to the propaganda. Like, I don't know. It's unclear what happened, right?
Yeah, I don't want to speculate too much. For me, what's very important and what would restore the credibility, what would really salvage credibility issue, is if we get some evidence that the child was shot, was injured, right? Because if the child was injured, then his account is quite reasonable. Now, again, he could have made a mistake or seen another child, but if he did make a big material mistake on the identity of the child, that does, material errors calls into question his credibility. If the child was shot, I don't think that's, it's a great that he's alive, but if the child was shot, I don't think that would affect Aguilar's credibility.
I agree with that. Yeah. But I feel like we would have heard about that, but I guess it's just breaking now. So I guess we'll hear in the next few days more information. But
well, I don't want to say, because we don't have any evidence the child was shot at this point, and the claim Aguilar said about him being dead is wrong. So we shouldn't, just because it suits what I said earlier, jump to this. However, I will say that with the big caveat that we don't know, this is speculation, that it is strange that the snippets of this we've gotten are strange. There's something missing. It could be, though, it could be that they had security concerns for other reasons. Maybe the family is afraid of Hamas, right? That's entirely possible. Even if Hamas wasn't hunting to kill this child, which I think that sounds rather absurd. If you're in a war zone like that and you're working with the GHF folks to get out, like the GHF for propaganda reasons, but it's still a good deed, right? May have tried to get the family into a safer place. You know, there could be reasons that we have such a scattershot presentation of the facts here that don't equate to Aguilar telling the truth. But it is worth noting that the facts are odd. I mean, we also heard the child was missing, and then you know, he's alive now. So why did he go missing? Who was responsible for that? How did GHF find? There's a lot missing, but I think humility and also comprehensive thinking dictates that we consider the possibility that there could be privacy reasons why the story is so scattershot, right? You know, like legitimate privacy and family safety reasons why the details don't seem to make sense, you know?
Yeah. It's also interesting that if Aguilar knowingly lied, it's a dumb lie because it's a lie that can be disproven. So it almost lends credence to the idea that he made a mistake and he thought he died, because it's kind of dumb to go on the record making up a story about somebody who's dead who's alive, because you're bound to be found out, right? So I think that's also something interesting.
I will say though, you have to go, so in terms of the credibility, and again, I'm not going to make a firm conclusion here, but for me, and I tweeted this back in July, for me, what gave me some pause in Aguilar, before I conclude he was telling the truth because of the child having disappeared, right? That, okay, he's dead, you know, that was wrong. But Aguilar, the most damning evidence to GHF had, most of the evidence was, I thought, really silly, but like, but the most damning evidence they had, the most compelling evidence they had against his credibility, which I wrote at the time, was that Aguilar, the day of this alleged incident that killed the child, sent congratulations, you did a great job to his team. And one of the pictures he showed was of this boy getting food, right? And it would be very strange to send that picture if the child died as a representation of something to be proud of, you know? But I thought, well, if the child is dead, this may be odd, but once the child was reported as having disappeared, I then moved back to like believing him pretty strongly, because like, okay, it's weird he sent this picture, but the child's clearly dead. He vanished at the site, but now he's alive. So you know, it's just generally, the one point you made that I thought was great is the importance of really having a good epistemology about these things. If there's one witness and it's like a single individual claim about this boy, you know, we should be much more circumspect with it. And then the problem with the way people ran with this is that, as you say, it then rhetorically appears that the claims of aid massacres are somehow turned on this, and the Israel propagandists can use that to say, okay, no child killed in this case, ergo no aid massacres, you know?
Right. Yeah, and you know, hopefully, I want to say hopefully it's a learning experience for a lot of people, but I think that there's just both sides such riddled with propaganda, and there's not like a sound epistemological approach that most commentators have. You know, it's more so, does this fit my narrative? Yes. Does it not? No.
Yeah.
You know, and it's unfortunate because there's not enough of a consequence for continuously getting it wrong. Like we all get it wrong once in a while, and like you said, you said you got it wrong and you made a correction. Great, that's all we could hope for and expect, you know. But most people don't make public corrections. You know, they'll get shit wrong daily and don't make public corrections. So it's a problem.
Well, all we have is the fact we have less power than the other side. We have less money. This is changing, but it was a better situation now in those respects with institutional clout than it was in October 2023, but we still have much less on the pro-Israel side. So what we can rely on basically is that it is the moral case and the factual case is much closer to the truth. I'm not saying we're right about everything. I'm sure you and I have both said things that are wrong in the course of this, but that we're way closer to the truth than the John Spencers, the John Spencer Juniors, the Eisenbergs, and so on. And if we are strategically or rather pride are unwilling to say, God, I fucked this up, you know, then we really are hurting ourselves. So we gotta keep doing that. When you make mistakes, as I did here, because if you don't do that, then there's the difference between you and the Spencer becomes blurred.
Right. Yeah.
Speaking of corrections, remember when that guy, I can't remember his name, Ito, when he spread this meme that there were 7,000 or whatever, many thousand.
Yeah, Ido Halbani. Yeah. He blocked me. Fuck that guy.
Well, it was based on his error converting the Ministry of Health PDF to Excel. That was the source of his alleged study of duplicates. And John Spencer endorsed this immediately and praised it, and has never corrected that. So
correct. And
I think there is.
Yeah. And just to build on that, Ido. So again, he just imported data incorrectly, reached conclusions based on that. And he's like a computer programmer. You should think this is basic stuff for him. And then that got thousands of likes. And then below he said, somebody brought to my attention that I didn't import correctly. I'll look into it and get back to you. And that's it. And that what he added there got like 30 likes. So barely anybody saw it. And he never retweeted it and made an official correction. He didn't delete it. He just put that out there and as truth.
Right. And Spencer, Spencer and Fox and so on, and the usual gang just immediately endorsed this. Like, oh yeah, this is correct. This analysis is correct. So, I mean, I think it shouldn't be so defensive, but like I was basing this on the general pattern of the 8 massacres that I knew about friends, and then also I found Aguilar a compelling witness, and then also the fact that the child had disappeared. But you still have to be scrupulous about this. I would say though, it's war, it's genocide. There's going to be powerful emotions. But I think our side is more honest. Like, who is there an equivalent of you and I and Mike Spaggett on the other side? Like, who are these people? There's Gabriel Epstein.
Gabriel Epstein. I would even say perhaps Avi Bitterman. I think
Avi's like better than most of the people.
I think Avi makes an effort like to be honest and accurate, and pay attention. He very rarely is publicly defensive of Israel in like the same way many in his camp are, because he just doesn't want to get involved in, like, he's not defending Israel against the war crimes. He's just silent on those issues. He talks about areas that he could provide clarity on in a way that in areas that he knows that doesn't make him come off as just a shill. Clearly he has a bias and an agenda, but he seems to approach things. He seems to make an effort to be honest about things.
What do you think of the work of Middle East Buka, by the way?
Middle East Buka, I mean, I think he's being honest. I just think he's omitting information that's inconvenient. So I'll give you one example. He found some, no, what was it? He said, okay, he's very good at open source research, right? He should also say that almost everyone he's identified to have been killed by Hamas is not in the MOH list. He knows that's true, but he's not going to put that as a tweet, right? So I think he's being honest, but I'll expand on that. But he's omitting certain things that give a more full picture. But I think some of his conclusions and interpretations are incorrect. So he found a 13-year-old who was killed, and he says he's a combatant, but he was just a messenger. A messenger and a combatant is not the same thing. And then there was another 16-year-old who was killed entering Israel on October 7th. And he said that's also a combatant, but again, that's likely a civilian that just crossed. And some of the civilians engaged in activities that would no longer make them civilians, but most didn't. And just because we know this from the numbers, right? 1,200 killed, almost entirely by Hamas and other militant groups. 3,000 civilians entered. Most of them were not engaged in hostilities. The numbers just don't add up, right? So,
I mean, his list of his original combatants list, I think was, I went through this with my team. I think it was mostly accurate. His journalist list, this new list he's pointing out, is like really deranged. He seems to try to think any affiliation with Hamas politically, for example, is like makes you a combatant. And he's doing this over and over again for the journalists. So his journalist list not only doesn't seem to be honest in a way that I thought his earlier consensus was, but seems to like basically amount to incitement to murder.
Okay, so I actually haven't looked into his journalist claims, but that could be. That could be.
He basically seems to adopt the theory, which is popular on like Israeli Twitter, that if the guy is like around Hamas combatants like filming, that he can just be killed.
Right. That if you're, yeah. Well, that's
like erroneous and was a war, and
Yeah. Is there anybody else who deserves a shout out on the pro-Israel side that does? Oh yeah, I'll tell you who else. A beacon of truth. What's his name? Eyal Yacobi.
Yeah.
He's probably as bad as it gets, honestly.
We have Jackson Hinkle, but I don't know. Like,
no. These people exist on the pro-Palestine side. That Suleiman account.
Yeah, right. But they don't have any mainstream credibility in Western institutions. Jacoby does. Nobody takes Hinkle seriously who has power in America.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and you know what's funny that I think isn't mentioned? There's literally an extension of the India-Pakistan conflict on social media as fake accounts cosplaying as Israelis and Palestinians, Indians mainly being like Vivid, for example. Like a lot of these big pro-Israel accounts, they're Indian supporters of Israel that are making money off being propagandists. And then you have Pakistani accounts that are on the pro-Palestine side. So you have Indians and Pakistanis fighting online, cosplaying as Israelis and Palestinians or supporters of either.
They're using it as a proxy for their own ethno religion.
Yeah, and to just make money, they're just making money. I'll tell you, like this one account, Eli Efrayat. There's no way he's a real. That's not a real person. It's not even Efrayat. Is not even a. It's not. That's not even a Jewish last name. I've never even heard of that name. Is it? Oh, actually, maybe not. Chaim Efrayat. Okay, I might be wrong about that, but he's not. This guy's not a real person. And then there's another one named Maya something. These are all fake people. But look, he has 200,000 followers. Vivid probably has more. Vivid's making bank. Generational wealth in
yeah.
420.
I think there's a big epistemic difference between the people that are considered serious on our side, like me, you, Mike, and the people that are considered serious on their side, like the Spencer Jr., that legal guy you had. Like,
right.
There's a difference in how close there's the truth, how much concern there is for truth. Again, it doesn't mean that we have. I'm sure that after the fog of war clears, we'll find that there are things we were wrong about. Right? I'm sure of it. That's just how this works. But I'm also sure that we're infinitely close to the truth than these people are.
Yeah. I would say that's true. Like, are there any complete, like, anybody to the level of Spencer or Fox that are getting mainstream media attention in the pro-Palestine camp? I don't think so.
I mean,
maybe somebody like Candace Owens, right? She's.
Yeah, but she's the only reason she has a platform on this stuff is because of her contacts in right-wing media that preceded it. And I don't think she's taken seriously as an analyst of it. I mean, Spencer is platformed by mainstream media as an expert,
right?
In military history and civilian casualty mitigation, war. I mean, Candace Owens is not. Candace Owens is treated like a pundit. We have pundits who say all kinds of bullshit, but I don't think the people who present as experts are. I'm not saying we don't have some duds, but I think that there's a difference in quality and honesty on the average. Like their experts are just pure propagandists generally. Like just like Jackson Hinkle in a suit. That's what Natasha Hostel. By the way,
Natasha's another one, yeah.
Israel is now claiming that for the war they've had a 2-to-1 ratio of civilians to combatants killed. So like Naftali Bennett, Pierce is 2 to. I think that they're getting. Have you seen the claims that like it's way worse now, that the reporters of Israel are like there was in the Jerusalem Post the other day. They were saying, oh, it was so good at the beginning of the war, but since the ceasefire it's been bad. It's been like 4-to-1. So now it's like 2-to-1. What do you make of that?
They're just
implicitly the IDF is saying that too. The IDF implicitly is saying it's like 4-to-1 since the
they know that the dust is going to settle and they're going to need to come clean about the ratio, so they're slowly inching us closer. It's not 2-to-1 either, but it's good it's good that they're at least 2-to-1 would be 66%. That would be 66%. Yeah.
I mean for me 3-to-1 is like a floor. I think that's like a floor. 3-to-1.
Right.
2-to-1 is not demographically plausible. It's not plausible from the open source research I've done. It's not plausible from the tactics. But you know why it might be? It actually might be that in their records the ratio was better the first part of the war, and even though it wasn't. But the reason for that is there was more hand-to-hand combat, and whenever they killed people in their kill zones, at least boys over 13. They're counting them as combat. Actually, they're some of them are counting women killed as combatants too.
Right, but the first part of the war was the aerial campaigns were so much more brutal.
October 2023 was well over 90% civilian.
Yeah.
But I mean, if by the first part of the war, I'm talking about everything before the ceasefire. That included more, a higher proportion of kills that were killed by gunfire than post-ceasefire has been. Post-ceasefire has been overwhelmingly bombing among fatalities. So my point is they may be rigging the number less because they don't have the free fire zones thing. Because the free fire zones, there's extensive reporting that you're familiar with, that they just count everybody, or maybe they exclude young children in these zones. Killed this combat. They just kill they evacuate an area, they order it evacuated, and then they just kill everyone there who doesn't evacuate. That's like how they've conducted the war. And then they count all those people, other than maybe young kids, as combatants. So, but because there's been less ground warfare, there's been less ground combat since the combat, if you want to call it that. Since the ceasefire ended, there's fewer of these opportunities for just counting civilians killed as combatants. What do you think of that hypothesis?
I mean, but that's not reflected in the data, right? When we get the updated MOH reports, the ratios are very similar. So what I think is,
you mean the demographics of the dead?
Yeah, it's not all too different.
No, I don't think you're understanding me. It isn't better. It's probably it isn't worse than it was before, right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. It might even be worse the first phase of the war. Yeah, I got it. You need him? Okay. It might even be better now than it was the first phase of the war. But my point is because fewer people are being killed in ground combat proportionally compared to the first phase of the war, they have fewer opportunities to rig their count than they did before. Does that make sense, or am I not articulating that clearly?
They have more opportunity to rig their count. I get what you're saying, because there were these no-go zones, but is that not happening now? I think there's still these.
No, I think they are, but I think it's the rigging. It might be going on. It's speculative.
Okay, I get what you're saying. They were counting a lot more combatants when they were shooting a lot more people in these no-go zones.
Yes, exactly. No, this is not speculative. We have very compelling, extensive testimonial evidence that they were counting systematically civilians killed by gunfire in these kill zones as combatants.
Yeah. And
my point is, if a lower percentage of people are being killed in kill zones, there's fewer opportunities.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes sense. And they're also just understanding that, the intelligence has an estimate of the actual ratio, and they're in the range that you and I are describing it.
Oh, interesting.
No, I'm not.
You're
I'm
bringing that-
speculating. I'm just saying they have the means.
Oh.
They if we have the means to identify this ratio, they definitely have the means to identify it. You know, there's people.
Yeah.
There's people in the IDF, in the intelligence that recognize what the ratio is. Yeah.
Right, and there is an interesting distinction where they're implicitly admitting post ceasefire, a ratio post ceasefire of 3-to-1 or 4-to-1,
Mm-hmm.
which again I think is underestimated, but that's what they're admitting.
Right.
And before they were saying 1.1 and 1.5. So why are they now admitting to a much worse ratio? My speculation is that they have fewer opportunities to rig the count, because in other words,
you might be right.
I think they probably rig it less with airstrikes. They're still rigging it. Like they count. I'm sure they count journalists they don't like as combatants. I'm sure they count civilian employees of the government as combatants. I'm sure they do that. But I think in the kill zones, it was just everybody. You know, like for example, Yaniv Kubovich reported that of 200 people counted as militants in a period of several days killed by Division 252, 10 were militants. They had evidence that 10 were, right? So this sort of hand-to-hand, where you're shooting people, I think there was more counting of civilians killed as combatants than there is now.
That sounds plausible to me. I guess we'll see. All right, I'm gonna bring Shadow Disc on, and then Matthew, any final thoughts before we wrap up? And then I'll do Shadow Disc. And sorry, whoever else has their hand raised. We're going.
Probably, yeah. Just one question.
Sure. Yeah.
And then I'll give you a Shadow. So, and by the way, I'm working now on doing a check for you that you wanted it. But are you coming out with, this is like a half lie question because we've talked about this privately, but half real because I want the audience to know and because I don't know all the details. Are you coming out with a new analysis of the ratio of civilians and combatants killed? Yeah,
I am. I actually mentioned it sometime in the stream. It'll be put out in the next few days. If you still have time to do the search, great. I'm not relying on it though, because I'm breaking down the methodology a little bit different. I'm explaining the plausible range for violent deaths, plausible range for indirect deaths, and plausible range for combatant deaths. And then you get a plausible range for civilian to combatant ratio and a plausible range for civilian deaths. So that's how I'm structuring it. For those who want to call, I mean, the search you're going to do will still help with people who are saying that there's all these people Hamas killed added there. But even without that search, the burden of proof is on them. You know, this is open source data. We know that you could find people Hamas killed in the media. Most of them are not added to the list. So yeah, if you do the search, I'll add that, but it's not, I'm not relying on that. But yeah, if you do have time, I'd appreciate that. And yeah, it should come out in a few days.
I'm sorry, I've been putting it off, but 100% I'll do it. And if it's not done by the time you publish the piece, it'll certainly be done shortly after. We can talk about it on your show. Anyway, thanks.
Awesome.
Take care.
Thanks, Matthew. Talk soon. Okay, Shadow, we're going to bring you on, and we're going to, Non and Zent will need to do this another time, okay? Maybe even tomorrow, honestly. I don't have plans tomorrow, so. Shadow, what's up, man?
Hey, is History, did he like leave the group? I kind of wanted to ask him some questions.
Oh, yeah, we could ping him. Hold on. Or maybe we'll just do this another time when we.
Sure, that's fine. Maybe basically what I wanted to talk about was what is the marginal piece of information that Anthony added to the conversation that we should either, like, basically, do we think of him as irrelevant or not? Like, basically that conversation implied, oh, he didn't really add anything to it, which to me was sort of sort of confusing because like he got a ton of impressions, and when I listened to him, I seem to have gotten a lot of new information. And I think he was making several claims, right? The first claim he was making was live ammunition was the only real form of crowd control. He was saying that there wasn't really a mechanism for, which we more or less know is true, and that has been confirmed by IDF soldiers that were basically protecting the GHF sites. So he's not marginal to that. Two of the claims that he made that I think is important for us to sort of reflect on to figure out, do we now assume that that wasn't true, is one, that soldiers were basically really recklessly shooting random people, which is what I think the story of the boy was meant to illustrate. And then the second claim was that there wasn't really a mechanism by which the people traveling to the GHF sites could know sort of what was the safe routes, so that as they were traveling from wherever they were to those routes, it was almost inevitable that they would go towards areas where soldiers are stationed and then get shot at whatever they like crossed imaginary lines. So I was wondering if either you or history could sort of speak to what information other than his testimony do we have to sort of try to figure out all of these people that are getting hurt? How do I put this? How reasonable is it that this would happen if you had just a few more soldiers, or if you had drones, or if you had more signs posted? Basically, how recklessly negligent was what had happened? Sort of that is a conversation I was hoping you could have with sort of yourself.
Yeah, I could just give you high level what we know, but I would need to just pull up sources and do a little more research to go in depth. But what Anthony Aguilar is saying is almost for the most part corroborated by other sources we have. You know, it's not the only thing he's saying that is now being called into question is the story about Amir being shot, right? Because he doesn't seem to have been shot. But the use of live ammunition, we know that to be true. The sporadic hours, we're hearing this also from people on the ground in Gaza. And what was the third point?
So I think the only morally relevant thing, I think, for like outside observers who don't care about the details is, did the people who were traveling to the GHF sites have some sort of reasonable understanding of where they could walk to get to the sites to guarantee avoiding getting shot? Like, I think that's the underlying moral question that matters, right? Like, using live fire in lieu of other crowd control, like, that sucks, but it's not a horrifying thing unless people don't know where they're allowed to be and where they're not allowed to be.
Well, I mean,
so I think
I think it's safe to assume that if people knew that if you come this way, you're likely to get shot, if it was clear how to get food without getting shot, then no one would get shot, you know? So I don't think that's...
So that's not obvious, right? Like, if there are huge shortages, right, which is like a horrifying condition and it's doomed to failure, right? But like, to me, it's totally not obvious that the situation isn't a question of scarcity, where the people say, you're allowed to be here at 7 a.m. You're not allowed to come here before then. Everyone understands that if you wait until 7 a.m. to go there, everything will be gone because it goes away in the last 15 minutes. So basically, everyone decides, spend the whole night showing up there. And during that time, they have no idea where the heck they're supposed to go. Or maybe they do, and they just like take shortcuts or whatever. But those two things are really very different moral situations. Like, I can totally imagine a bunch of situations where they have all the information, and because of scarcity, they choose to ignore it and hope that they'll be the ones to get the food.
Yeah, I need to think about that.
Like, when I haven't seen a lot of interviews from IDF soldiers who were stationed meant to protect it, but I think the only one I saw that was sort of somewhat credible was on the, trying to remember, I think it was, I'll need to look it up, but there was one, I think it was on, I'll look it up where it is, but one of the soldiers who was stationed guarding it, he was extremely frustrated about, he was sort of semi-honest. He was very frustrated that they only had live ammunition as a form of crowd control, and he was very frustrated about how few soldiers were there and how little of a guidance they had as to what the point of the mission was, in the sense of they weren't trained for this, they were trained to fight a war. But he didn't say anything along the route of, it was clearly inexcusable, or they didn't know where to go, or we didn't have enough signs. Like, the way that he was describing it was both explicitly and implicitly suggesting that people knew exactly where to go if the goal was to avoid getting shot. And the issue was a question of scarcity and resources, rather than what I would have thought, what my understanding was of like the base case scenario based on Anthony's description on all of the interviews that he did.
I'm not sure. How much of a difference does that make, though? If you're creating a situation where people are hungry, they're desperate to get food, and your way of dealing with the crowd is live fire, you know, I don't know how big of a difference that makes. Right? Did I lose you, Shadow? Oh, Shadow's gone. Okay. Sonny, you're saying the number 83% civilian to militant ratio was found to represent an undercount by ACLED, a conflict tracker data group. No, I don't think I saw that. Can you send me a link to that? The 972 magazine. Yeah, that one, of course, I read. That methodology was highly flawed, though. But I don't think the range is off. I think over 80% civilians killed is very plausible. There's even scenarios where it's over 90%. But a safe range, if you want to play safe, is 80 to 90% of those killed have been civilians. That's not, there's no stretch there. That's very, very much within reason. But send me this AC LED thing, because I don't think I saw that. Somebody asked a question. Are you still? I wanted to respond to this. Timid Tom, are you still here? Timid, you asked, if you're right, why is there not a big discussion on why the first responders lie? This is in response to some first responders and witness testimonies and military making false claims. Well, there's been a big deal about these false claims in the anti-Israel camp or in the pro-Palestine camp. Within Israeli society or in the pro-Israel camp, it's kind of just like no acknowledgement that this happened. It's, you know, either people still believe these things happened even though they didn't, or the people who used to believe they happened aren't coming on the record and claiming they didn't. They just have updated their knowledge without publicly stating because they don't want to admit that they were wrong about something. So there was a big deal made about the fabrications and the false claims made by first responders and military people. Yeah. Okay, Zent, you want to come on for 5 minutes? If you have something quick, if it's a 5-minute one, we'll do it. If not, we'll just do it tomorrow. And Anan, I see you say you don't debate on Shabbat. We'll find a time. We'll find a time. Yo, Anan, you know, I was in your, I'm pretty sure I was in the city you live in a few weeks ago, and I messaged you. You didn't respond. So I'll remember that. Who was it who told me? It was Benny. Benny told me that you live there, so I was there with him. We messaged you. Okay, we're gonna wrap this up. We're gonna wrap it up. Will whoever's here on Discord? Oh no, we're not doing. So many changes. We're not doing chill rooms anymore. We could do this though in the open dialogue. Hold on. This is how we're doing it these days. There's no more town square open conversations, but voice channel. This is going to be the new chill room in the track I'm running, which is open dialogue. So whoever wants to continue the conversation, you can come to Discord. I'll give you access to the track. Let me drop a link. Sonny, you're saying if you plan to analyze Anthony Aguilar's eyewitness, why don't you just interview? I mean, I reached out to him, but he didn't respond. And then please watch his interviews on the Gray Zone. I mean, I've seen his interviews, but at the end of the day, my position is clear. Most of what he's saying is credible. It's corroborated by other information. But the second he's claiming that he saw a little boy get shot and the little boy is alive, whether he made a mistake or lied, I can't tell you what it is, but it definitely calls into question his credibility. So he made a mistake. Let's say it was just a mistake. That's very possible. If he made a mistake, then he should have been more careful. And he should have said, been very clear. It's like, I don't know, Amir might be alive, but it seemed like he was shot. He made it a central part of a story that this kid was shot and now he's found alive. So it's a problem. You got to be more careful in that. I don't think that's a radical position in any way. Dropping the link to Discord. It's also in the description. On Twitter, it's in my bio. And whoever is here, I will give you all access to Open Dialogue Circle. There's a chill room there. You can join it, and then you could continue the conversation. Hold on, we'll give everybody these roles. Cool. And the next stream, as I said, maybe tomorrow, but if not, sometime soon. Anyways, signing off. Hold on, let me show you all Peachy, my cat. Come here, Peach. She's old, so she can't retract her claws anymore, so they get stuck on the fabric. And I put fabric on. Look at this cutie pie. Peach. Peach, say hi. She was a stray for the first 9 years of her life. I took her off the streets in Tel Aviv. It took me 1.5 years for her to get comfortable with people, but now, as you see, she's super comfortable. And she has this weird genetic defect that her tail is always in a curl. Oh, she's gone. She has this curly tail. Whatever, I'll show you all her a different time. She probably only has I don't know how much time she's got left. She's like 18 now. But she still has a baby face. She's still pretty cute. And I don't know if you all know this, but almost all ginger cats are male. And almost all tricolored cats are female. So Peach is actually a female ginger with a pigtail. So she's a fine and rare genetic specimen. I kind of wanted to clone her. Like when she passes, find a way to clone her. Maybe not yet, you know, it's probably really pricey to clone an animal now, but in a decade, 2 decades, I feel like maybe when I have a family, we'll bring Peach back, but it's not as simple as just keeping some of her fur. You need like some tissue and you need to keep it in a certain temperature. It's very hard to store. There's labs that do it. I didn't find one in Israel, so it looks like we're not going to clone Peach, but it was good while it lasted. Sonny, you're saying Tony didn't say he saw the boy get shot. Okay, I mean, I'll look into that, but you need to understand making this boy a central part of your story only for him to show up alive. Like we can't, even if he made a mistake, right? I said at the beginning, he might not be, I know I was hyperbolic. I said he lied, but at the very beginning, I said he might not have lied. But either he lied or he made a mistake of a central story, the most sensational part of of his testimony turned out to not be true. We shouldn't just excuse this as a whatever. No, this hurts his credibility, and this is now being used. Our key witness, who most of what he's saying we know to be true because it's corroborated by other evidence, but our key witness was not accurate enough in a central part of his story, that now this is used as fodder to deny everything about these aid massacres. He fucked up. Either he lied or he fucked up. Like this we shouldn't try to spin it as something different than what it is. But I do understand why you're pushing back, because I put in the call that he lied. At the very beginning of the stream, I said he very well may have made a mistake. But yeah. But we know that there's massacres happening at these aid sites. It's just a shame that now people are going to use this against as fodder against that claim. Now I have fur all over my nose. Anyways, signing off from the beautiful Western Galilee in the beautiful land of Israel and Palestine. Much love. Until next time, friends.